I just want to talk a little bit about the stream and wait for some people to get in and eat some food. Now, eating food is definitely a necessity, but yeah, I've been dealing with idiots on Facebook all fucking day. Okay, I did take a break to watch Eric Murphy do his little lunch break show. That was pretty fucking cool. And Eric's got a Twitch stream. He's kind of abandoned it for the time being, but when he gets his home studio set up, he's gonna get started back up on it. Night Day Play, what up? Holy hell, I didn't expect you to be in this quick. So, one of the things that I was dealing with today was the toilet paper hoarding from a few months ago, back when the quarantine was just getting real. And I said that my observation showed that Trump supporters were the ones that were hoarding toilet paper and the ones that were selling it at a marked up price. And then I produced a YouTube video. Butterboy, what up? Then I produced a YouTube video of a Trump supporter buying out an entire store worth of toilet paper and telling somebody that they were going to sell it at double the price. And I got told that this was anecdotal evidence. And I just want to spend a little bit of time explaining anecdotal evidence. Anecdotal evidence is evidence that is gained through informal manners and is reliant heavily or completely on personal testimony. When you provide video evidence of something, that is documentary evidence. What? Fuck that orange fucking prick, dude. No. I was saying that that progressives and liberals, people opposed to Trump's regime, were the ones that were wanting to wear masks and the ones that were trying to stop people from panic buying. And I actually saw this on an episode of Atheist Experience where there is somebody who works in a grocery store who is telling people, we don't need to be doing this fucking panic buying. So the people wearing masks are the ones that are, from what I see, the people I've seen that want people to wear masks are the same people who are telling people not to go panic buying. While Trump supporters are filling up trucks with toilet paper. Now, mind you, this is back in April, so it's old news. Dude, if you type, alright, dude, let's go to this right quick. I want to show you this. We're going to go to images. And we are going to type, ooh, that's not big enough for you guys. Let me zoom this out, or zoom this in a little bit so you can see it. There's the window capture. Yeah. Come on. There we go. So, we are going to type idiot in Google Images. Ta-da! Now that's fucking funny. And that's all I had to do was type idiot into Google Images. And everybody just saw that objectively. So, yeah. That's no longer anecdotal evidence because I showed what happens. I joined the stream and there's a product search page for mangoes up. Oh! Oh shit. Okay, so we'll get back into this. Holy shit. I actually wasn't expecting you guys to all be here at once like this. Fuck. I appreciate it. So, we're just going to get into this, and I'm going to see what this was about. Oh, dude. Well, when you make something that specific, there's only one person that falls in line there. So we're going to get into this video. And I'm going to react to it. I'll be pausing and playing as it goes along. Gotta make sure we watch the credits so everybody gets their fucking credit in.
You know, I grew up in country like this. My dad and I would ride our horses up to these amazing high mountain lakes. We'd ride back into some pretty remote wilderness.
Oh shit. I've still got my speaker on. Sorry about that, guys. You getting an echo. That should end the echo. Let me go ahead and mute this sumbitch if it's not already muted. So, this is already sounding like it's going to be an argument from incredulity. So, I'm already catching that now, that this sounds like it's going to be an argument from incredulity. Which basically means, if you can't explain it, then me having an explanation is more right than you not having an explanation. And that's not right at all. If you don't have an explanation, then the explanation is, I don't know. We need to do more research, or we need to figure out if there is like something objective to it. I had to move my camera a little bit. I like it better there. So, what he's basically going to say is, look, and I have not watched this video. I'm watching it for the first time with you guys because I wanted to watch it for the first time on stream and explain it as I saw it. But what I'm seeing right now is that he's going to say, how could all this stuff exist without a God? And I'm going to say, if you don't know, then you don't put God there anyway because you don't know. So let's see how this goes.
Wilderness areas with incredible streams and meadows and wildlife. I love it here. Look at this canyon. It reminds me of the Grand Canyon. You've got this little stream, you've got these steep canyon walls. How long do you suppose it would take for a stream this small to remove this much material and cut the canyon this deep?
I don't know, 2-3 billion years?
This rock has a history, just like I do and just like you do. It came from somewhere. A lot of these rocks have been dated to be 350,000 years old, up to 2 million. That's pretty old. But it might surprise you to know that all of the geological formations that we see here, the canyons, the layers, even the plants, are younger than I am. When I was born, there was nothing here but a vast forest, hundreds of feet below where we're standing right now. In fact, before 1980, most people had never even heard of Mount St. Helens.
Right,
It was in that year, on May the 18th.
Okay, and he's talking about Mount St. Helens. Oh, no, this is different. What he's talking about is a cataclysm. When Mount St. Helens blew up, it got rid of the forest, and the pyroclastic flow came down and cut into it. Oh yeah, you're from the Pacific Northwest, that's right. So yeah, the pyroclastic flow cut into it. And so it allowed us to see other layers. But just because that particular formation is younger, and yes, I was wrong about it being 2 or 3. Oh, nice! And, what he's saying is that spot, that particular spot, night, day, I would recommend, first of all, you have to be 13 to have a Twitch account, and you are in an adults only stream. So I would recommend that you have parental supervision while watching my channel, because I am extremely vulgar, I am extremely offensive, and I am extremely atheist. So, just to cover my ass and yours, just to cover my ass and yours, I'm going to ask that you have a parent with you to help out. But yeah, just because that particular area is relatively new, the stuff under it is still billions of years old, and the pyroclastic flow cut into parts that were still billions of years old. So this is just kind of getting into, look at how amazing everything is. But he did throw me for a loop.
That molten rock created a steam blast with a force of 20 million tons of TNT. Avalanche debris and other flows from the eruption laid down all of those layers rapidly, up to 600 feet thick. A couple years later, there was some more volcanic activity that created a mud flow that cut out this entire canyon. It also cut through deep bedrock, all in a couple days. Isn't it amazing what a little bit of information from the past can do to help change your view of the present and the present world around you? There are a lot of assumptions made by a lot of people about the history of the earth around us. The question is, how do those assumptions affect how we view that history? But more importantly, how do they play into how we view science and the Bible? Did God create the world in a few days or billions of years? Is mankind descended from apes?
Wow.
Or did God create us instantly in his image? Was there a global flood that destroyed the earth? Or is that a myth? In other words, is Genesis history?
All right. Okay, I want you to notice this. You got all these people that are PhDs, but what we don't see is what their field of research is. We might see that later. We might see it later, but I think it would be important to note what somebody has achieved a doctorate in. Like, if I have a doctorate in philosophy, do not trust what I have to say about geology. Some geologists predicted 10 to 14% probability that Cascadian subduction zone will produce an event of magnitude 9.0 or greater in the next 50 years. In 2010, the study suggested as high as a 37% risk for 8.0. Yeah. Yeah, you can get, but even if you got a PhD in a respected field of research, if I have a PhD in psychology, then my word on geology is fucking irrelevant because I am not an expert in that field. So it already looks like it's deceptive. All these fucking doctors, but you don't know what they're doctors of.
When we think about the history of the Earth, there are a lot of things we need to consider. But one of the most fascinating is the account of the flood. Was the whole Earth covered with water? Genesis says the waters prevailed so mightily on the earth that all the high mountains under the whole heaven were covered. So if the flood was truly global, wouldn't there be a lot of evidence? I'd heard of a scientist.
There is not enough water on the planet to create a flood that will sink Everest. Flat out. You could blow the ice caps up. Completely blow the ice caps up. And there would not be enough water for a global flood. I don't think this is Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Who had spent over 40 years studying this question. When I spoke to him, he said he had a great place where we could see evidence for the global flood. Steve, I gotta admit, I've been here several times, but every time I come here, it is breathtaking.
Besides being at home, Grand Canyon is my favorite place on Earth.
Yeah. So, Steve, tell me, what do you see here?
When we look at Grand Canyon, we see the inside story to the ground beneath our feet. And we kind of have a layer cake here, don't we, of strata that have been eroded for our benefit to see the inside structure of the Earth. These same
eroded for our benefit. Now, this is an assertion, and it sneaks in a conscious creator before you've even stated a claim of a conscious creator. So it's lulling you into the conscious creator by saying that it was created for our benefit. We don't know that it was created. We have no evidence that it was created. And if it wasn't created, then it wasn't for our benefit. It was strictly through natural erosion. So they're already trying to sneak in phrases to lull you into a conscious creator. Hey, Ferris? Look what we've got. The godless good game emotes.
Layers are also in Colorado. We're also in Illinois, also in Pennsylvania.
So when you say sedimentary strata, you're talking about the layers that we see?
Yes. So the lowest layers are formed first. Those are sediment grains that were mixed, separated, and flowed in here from different directions and accumulated one on top of another. And then, of course, naturally, they convert to rock.
So you're saying that the solid ground we're standing on right now, if we went back in its history, it'd be liquid?
Yes. So the ocean is doing some amazing things, and water of incredible power is depositing the layers we see in the canyon.
And are there fossils?
Whoa. Hold on. This geologist just let that slide by. Let's hear that again.
Besides being at home, Grand Canyon is my favorite place on Earth.
Yeah. So, Steve, tell me, what do you see, layers that we see?
Yes. So the lowest layers are formed first. Those are sediment grains that were mixed, separated and flowed in here from different directions and accumulated one on top of another. And then, of course, naturally, they convert to rock.
But he doesn't okay. It doesn't mean that the spots are water, and you're going to hear what the geologist lets the fucking, whoever the fuck he is.
So you're saying that the solid ground we're standing on right now, if we went back in its history, it'd be liquid?
No, it would not be liquid. It would be sediment. The solid ground is still sediment. It just gets deposited because it's heavier than the water. And that could happen through rain. That could happen because plate tectonics have changed the way rocks look. Hold on, I'm explaining this wrong. Plate tectonics can control water movement. When a plate shifts, it will change where a river goes. So the sediment is going to be moving a different direction than it was before the shift in the plate tectonics. Just because water is running over something does not mean that solid ground is water. It means that the parts of inside the water that were solid ground sank to the bottom and over time got compressed.
Yes. So the ocean is doing some amazing things, and water of incredible power is depositing the layers we see in the canyon.
And are there fossils in all of those layers?
There are marine fossils through all the layers. But the standard explanation is there were 17 different advances and retreats of the ocean over the North American continent, and it was extended over hundreds of millions of years.
And what is the evidence that you see here that would say that doesn't seem to make sense?
The 4,000 feet flat-lying strata in the canyon are flat, and relative to one another, we look in between the strata layers and we don't see the passage of time in between layers.
You mean erosion?
Erosion, especially, and channeling on any great scale is not visible. And then we look at the strata themselves, and they provide evidence of rapid, very rapid sedimentation. Just minutes or hours is all that's needed to make layers.
Well, tell me about the story of these layers. I mean, how did they get here?
In the 600th year of Noah's life, on the second month, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up and the windows of heaven were opened. My understanding is the ocean floor upheaval.
Either that, or, you know, it could have been a fucking volcano that went off. Mount St. Helens, Yellowstone, shit, there's another one in that area. I don't remember exactly where it was. You've also got the San Andreas Fault. Any of these things could cause instant sedimentation. Any of them could. And so if there's marine life there, and it gets locked in volcanic ash, then you're going to have a layer of marine life in volcanic ash. And to say that it had to come from a flood is blatantly ridiculous when you just said that the same thing can happen through volcanic eruption.
Occurred, some type of magma or earthquake propelled the oceans over the continent.
So that's why we get these marine fossils in these layers.
Yes, and we have 6 months the waters prevailed upon the earth, another 7 months or so for the water to subside. The 4,000 feet of strata probably represents the early and middle part of the global flood right here in Grand Canyon. We have other strata locally in this Grand Canyon region. That's called the Grand Staircase. We have about 10,000 feet, 2 miles thickness of strata on top of the Grand Canyon.
Higher than where we are.
Higher than where we are. And that represents the later stages of the flood and the retreat of the floodwater. This surface was beveled by retreat of floodwaters. And as the flood retreated into the newly formed ocean basins, then the continents probably uplifted, and the ark, of course, was landed in the high country in the Middle East.
Well, there's some people who say that that record is about a local flood.
I believe it's a global flood, and all the high hills, or the whole heaven, were covered, a universal statement, but that mountains have risen since then.
Genesis translates, well, Genesis is the first book of the Bible. It's got the whole Adam and Eve, the whole fucking talking snake, the global flood. But let's just see if we can fucking debunk this right quick. The canyon itself was carved by the Colorado River at the wind that caused the surface of the sedimentary rock to become exposed to erode over time. The erosion of the Grand Canyon winds. Okay. Was the Grand Canyon strata. Okay. The middle rock set, the Grand Canyon supergroup, is primarily sandstone and mudstone, both sedimentary rock with some areas of igneous rock. The top of these sediment layers was eroded away, forming the Great Unconformity Paleozoic strata. These layers are sedimentary and sandstone, and primarily sandstone. Okay, this is National Park Service. The Grand Canyon is a result of a distinct and ordered combination of geologic events. The story begins almost 2 billion years ago with the formation of igneous and metamorphic rocks on the inner gorge. Above these old rock lie layers upon layers of sedimentary rock, each telling a unique environmental history of the Grand Canyon region. Then, between 70 and 30 million years ago, through the actions of plate tectonics, the whole region was uplifted, resulting in high and relatively flat Colorado Plateau. Finally, beginning just 5 to 6 million years ago, the Colorado River carved its way downward. So the National Park Service is saying that this happened like this. Same shit. Called the stratigraphic column. It shows the rock layers with the oldest at the bottom. In geology is referred as a principle of superposition, meaning rocks on top are generally younger than rocks below them. So yeah. We've already seen that there are other explanations other than a global flood.
And we shouldn't.
And we also know that there is not enough water on this planet for a global flood.
Measure the depth of the floodwaters by the present mountains of the earth, which are largely created during the flood and after the flood.
Well, the fact that we have all of these layers would be unknown to us if we were standing on them, somewhere else, but they're known to us because they've been cut out. How did that happen?
Well, it was the story that we all learned in grammar school. Okay, Colorado River, over tens of millions of years, cut the Grand Canyon. Most geologists have jettisoned that idea. It's hard to sustain a canyon like this for tens of millions of years. You can't imagine a canyon enduring that long with erosion.
Is that because it would?
Hold on. That was blatantly fucking false based on what we just read. Let's see. Oh. So, we go, we'll go back to that. Rewind about 15 seconds.
Colorado River over tens of millions of years cut.
Over tens of millions of years. 839, okay.
Were largely created during the flood and after the flood.
Well, the fact that we have all of these layers would be unknown to us if we were standing on them, you know, somewhere else, but they're known to us because they've been cut out. How did that happen?
Well, it was the story that we all learned in grammar school. Okay, Colorado River over tens of millions of years cut the Grand Canyon.
Okay, over tens of millions of years cut the Grand Canyon. This, and if you can't read it, I apologize. I can't read it on my screen right now. Something's going on with the resolution. Well, I can read it on my screen. I can't read it on the viewing screen. So I'll finally, beginning just 5 to 6 million years ago, the Colorado began to carve its way downward. Further erosion by tributary streams led to the canyon's widening. So he's telling you things that other geologists aren't saying. Okay, you can read it.
Most geologists have jettisoned that idea. It's hard to sustain a canyon like this for tens of millions of years. You can't imagine a canyon enduring that long with erosion.
Is that because it would have eventually, the sides would have collapsed and broken down? Then how in the world do we get this all carved out?
Well, there are lots of theories, and personally, I like the idea of catastrophic erosion by drainage of lakes.
So after the flood, we have these large bodies of water, these lakes that are trapped.
There's evidence of the big lake in the Painted Desert, a place called Hopi Buttes, about 500 cubic miles of water in this huge lake.
And
okay, a big lake getting cut open through plate tectonics is not evidence of a global flood. Flat out. It's not. You can't say that because a lake got cut open from plate tectonics that there was a global flood. The two of them are, it's a fucking non sequitur.
And so the dam breaks and all of that massive amount of water then is now pouring out and carving this.
Yes, and how long would it take to erode Grand Canyon? Maybe weeks, but not millions of years. Time is not a magic wand that solves all the geologic problems of the world. Jettison that way of thinking about millions of years and then start thinking about catastrophic process like you've seen at Mount St. Helens, and that'll help you understand Grand Canyon.
Everywhere we looked, Steve showed me...
Whoa. Mount St. Helens was volcanic. So you're saying, he's saying that water is just as destructive over time as volcanic explosions and pyroclastic flow. I've got news for you. Running water does not do that. We see water running. I see water running down this canyon all the time. So, if water's running down this canyon all the time, if it's taking weeks, I've lived here for 4 fucking years. I've lived in Wyoming off and on for 20 years. So if this guy was right that water can do just as much damage as volcanic eruption in the same amount of time, then the canyon by my house would have consumed my house by now. And this is a fucking geologist trying to spread this shit. Trying to say that water is just as destructive in the same amount of time as pyroclastic flow.
Evidence of the incredible power of moving water. It quickly laid down these enormous layers, then quickly eroded them away. Steve wanted to show me where the floodwaters first hit the continent So he took me deeper into the canyon. Stephen, you said you were going to bring me to the bottom. You weren't kidding, were you? We're at the bottom, aren't we?
So we're in this big side canyon to the main Grand Canyon, and we're looking at the granite basement rock, which is the core of the continent, if you will. And then we see the flat-lying strata on top of it. The boundary between the granite rock below and the Tapete sandstone above is this surface we call the Great Unconformity.
Why does it appear to be such a stark line? I mean, it's clear.
I think it's an erosional boundary of colossal scale. We're looking at something...
Because the part on top is sandstone and the part on bottom is granite. Sandstone erodes faster than granite. So, yes, when water flows, i.e. the Colorado River, it's going to cut into the sandstone faster than it's going to cut into the granite. That's not a fucking miracle. That's not evidence of a flood. It's evidence that granite is more durable than sandstone. That's it.
Thing that shows the magnitude of flood flow over a surface.
And is it just here?
The Great Unconformity is continent-wide. I've seen it, I believe, in the Middle East. It's over in Europe. It's in Africa, and here it is under the North American continent.
So we've got this layer. How thick is this layer? What goes up from here?
Well, we have the Sauk mega sequence here, if you will, 1,000 feet of sandstone, shale, limestone that goes continent-wide. There are 4 other big sequence packages of strata that sit above it. Those are also very continuous like this. What we're seeing here is rather representative of the rest of the world.
It makes one really question the notion that this all happened because of a small local flood. We're talking about something enormous.
The power-moving water was beveling and pulverizing rock, depositing great thicknesses of layers and calling our minds to think about a global flood.
The conventional story is entirely different, though. It would...
The next time you do this kind of stream, I will write it down if it will help me in the future. Dude, definitely, man. If you wanna write this down, if you wanna take notes, yeah. What I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to show people how to think critically and show you alternatives to claims, because now they're talking about a single worldwide flood. Now, a volcano can fuck with the weather worldwide. A volcano can cause earthquakes. A volcano can set off other volcanoes. No. I didn't learn about this in school. They don't go this deep into it in school. This is stuff that you're going to have to, like, research online, go to the library, and when you research online, make sure that you look up things that are against your claim. If you have a hypothesis, if you have an idea, don't just try for the things that agree with you. Try to disprove yourself. If you can't disprove yourself, then what you're working with is either a pretty solid idea or it's unfalsifiable. I don't want to get into unfalsifiable right now because it's not relevant to anything that I've seen yet. But if we get into unfalsifiable on this, I'll go ahead and talk about it. Right now what I'm talking about is a volcano can cause several localized floods. A volcano can cause the weather worldwide to change. And you can get catastrophic weather worldwide, even if it's not all happening at the same time. If Yellowstone blows up, we are going to have about 100 years of the weather unfucking itself. And when you're dealing with 100 years of the weather unfucking itself, if you're if you are being, if you are looking at it at a scale of 13.7 billion years, I'm sorry, that's the universe. The Earth is about 4 billion years old. So if you're looking at it at a scale of about 4 billion years, and you're trying to pick out a 100-year time span, then it's going to look insignificant. But all of these things can happen instantly over an extended period of time. Fucking Mount Vesuvius or Vesuvius, one or the other. I think it's Vesuvius. Pompeii can have global impacts that would take place over a fairly short amount of time, 100 or so years. And then a few thousand years later, you get fucking Mount St. Helen blowing up. And so you've got another couple of 100 years of fuck-worthy weather. And then you've got Yellowstone. And then you've got, and I'm not going based, like, I'm not saying that one happened, then the other happened, and then the other happened. What I'm saying is that a sequence of volcanic activities will give you this exact same thing.
Say that there is a lot of time between each of these layers.
Some people have said that the great unconformity boundary here represents 500 million years.
You mean between the granite we see in that first layer of the sedimentary rock?
Yeah, they say that there may be 500 million years there. Okay, and that's what their explanation of Earth history would ask them to consider. Yet when you come here and look at this, nearly a featureless plain. It's not exactly a plain, but it's a gently rolling surface. And would that be the product of billions of years? Or would that be the product of the power of water planing off a surface? Time is foreign to a good explanation here. And so we want to explain what we see.
No, I just used
look,
an extended period of time to explain the exact same
water
fucking
on
thing.
A colossal scale, and that's the story here in Grand Canyon. It's not a little water and a lot of time. It's a lot of water and a little time.
Time really is the central issue when talking about the history of the Earth. How much time did it take to form what we see around us? It seemed clear to me.
Wow. I know more about how rocks work than somebody with a fucking PhD in geology.
That a global flood would have transformed the Earth quickly. Yet I know many people think that the world formed slowly over billions of years. What was the real difference between these two views of time? I needed to talk to someone who could tell me more about science and history and time. Since my background is in computer science, we met at a place where I had personally experienced some of that history.
All right, a philosopher.
As we looked at the exhibit, I was reminded how much smaller and more powerful computers have become since I first started using them. Paul said our changing assumptions about computers were really a series of paradigm shifts.
So when I was 19, I read Thomas Kuhn's classic, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, where he describes this notion of paradigms. A paradigm is a framework within which you interpret evidence. So really, science isn't just about the evidence, it's about how you interpret that evidence. So this room, for example, we've got so-called mini computers here, but really they're not mini at all in terms of our current paradigm.
Yeah, today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? So really, to understand this question of origins, you really need to begin by looking at the governing paradigms, the two major views that we currently have about the history of life and the history of the universe.
And what are those?
I'll be right back.
On the one hand, we have the conventional paradigm. In the conventional paradigm, you've got deep time, 13.7 billion years, along which this gradual process, beginning with primal simplicity, ending in what we see today.
And that's not what the Big Bang looks like.
Has to be built bottom up by strictly physical processes where
Okay,
no
let's
mind,
let's look at this
no
right
creator,
quick.
no design is present. So really, to understand this question of origins, you really need to begin by looking at the governing paradigms, the two major views that we currently have about the history of life and the history of the universe.
And what are those?
On the one hand, we have the conventional paradigm. In the conventional paradigm, you've got deep time, 13.7 billion years, along which this
Okay. That is blatantly, just flat out. When you make a Big Bang like that, you're making light and you're making a false representation of what the Big Bang was. Because that is an explosion that creates heat. What the Big Bang was closer to a big expansion, where it started off hot, and when it spread out, it cooled. So we wouldn't see that kind of picture with a big expansion. We would see it more uniform and less chaotic. And it wouldn't be smoke. There wouldn't be any fucking smoke there.
Gradual process, beginning with primal simplicity, ending in what we see today. All the complexity in life has to be built bottom up by strictly physical processes where no mind, no creator, no design is present. The second view we can call, let's say, the historical Genesis paradigm. Everything starts with a divine mind, a creator, an intelligence that plans and superintends and brings into existence reality. Events are happening on a much more recent time scale. The universe, the solar system, our planet, life itself, all...
Okay. We know how gravity works. We know that hydrogen is a simpler element than iron. We also know that iron is only produced at a star's dying breath. So this guy went to a philosopher to talk about astronomy. Exactly what I said he was gonna fucking do. Exactly what I said he was going to fucking do. In the beginning of this, when I was reading the fucking credits, I said he was going to pull somebody who was not an expert in the field and use them to explain something as though they were an expert. This is a PhD in philosophy explaining astronomy. So, if hydrogen is a simpler element than iron, and if iron can only be created at the death of a star, then suns and stars existed before rocky planets did. Whether it doesn't matter how old the fucking universe is at this point. What we know is that iron comes from dying stars, so stars had to exist before iron-rich planets. And what we see in Genesis is an iron-rich planet existing before stars. That's the picture he's showing us right now. And this is the idea that he subscribes to. So he's not going to make light of this one. He's not going to poke fun at this one. But he did just as good a job poking fun at this one with his picture.
All of that begins fully formed as a functioning system.
It's not hard to see there's a radical difference between those two in terms of time.
When we look at the history of life on this planet, we've got a body of data, but depending on the paradigm that one adopts, that data will be interpreted in very different ways.
It seems that one paradigm is drawing on a history that was given to us.
Yes.
And another paradigm is constructing that history. Is that how you see that?
We have a witness to those events.
Oh, no. Not constructing. Not inventing. Discovering. It is a history that we are discovering. We do not invent history. We use objective observation to measure the most likely explanation. So when they say that you are creating history with 13.7 billion years, what they're saying is that you're basically making up a story. And no, we are using the evidence presented to form conclusions, our best tentative conclusions that are capable of changing over time.
And that witness is telling us this is what happened, and we have to take that into consideration when we evaluate the data.
Well, Paul, the reason this becomes serious is that we're not talking about a history of just boiling water at a certain temperature. You know,
Right.
We're talking about a history that deals with the origin of the universe. It deals with the origin of life,
Yeah.
the origin of humanity, the origin of sin and why there's evil in the world, the origin of the geological formations that we have around us,
Yeah.
the origin of language. I mean, this is
I wanna go
history
back-
that is not minor.
And then he automatically starts bringing sin into it because he's talking to a fucking echo chamber that agrees with them. So he's allowed to slip sin into it because he's talking to somebody who agrees with you. The idea of sin is completely fucking fallacious. I do believe in morality and immorality because those things, the betterment of humankind is moral. The detriment of humankind is immoral. But none of that has to do with sin. And when you start throwing around the word sin, you're now positing a God in a place that I have shown you that there is no God to be explained, that there is no God to explain why the sin's there.
Yeah, this is dealing with major elements of humanity and where we are.
Yeah, you're talking about the origin of literally everything. And I think if we zoom out from that and say, well, what really is the difference between these two paradigms? It isn't a question of science on the one hand versus religion on the other, because both of them are scientific in the sense of looking at a common body of data. Really, at the deepest level, the difference is two competing views of history. What is the true history of our cosmos?
That does seem to be the real question. What is our true history? What actually happened? The conflict is not between two views.
And I love the way that they explain this, how the microcomputer was huge, and now our smartphones are smaller than the microcomputer, and they have more processing power. Because what it shows is that as we learn and grow, we make things more efficient. So, I am going to take the word of experts in their field, contemporary experts in their field, over the work of sheep herders 6,000 years ago. We have more information now, so we have a more accurate view of our Earth and universe now. So this whole paradigm of bigger computers getting smaller proves the point that as we grow and learn, our understanding of the universe becomes more accurate. And they're trying to say that information and education and progression have given us a less accurate view.
Views of science, but between two competing views of history. Since Genesis was written in Hebrew, I wanted to talk to a Hebrew expert. What was actually in the original text?
All right, we got a linguist now.
The first word in Genesis is Breshit. Genesis 1:1 is Breshit bara Elohim et hashamayim ve'ha'aretz. So this is the beginning of the Toledot of Noah. Interesting that word Toledot is a very interesting word. It's translated sometimes genealogy, sometimes it's translated history. And what follows then is the account of the flood.
Mm-hmm. Steve, it seems that there is a lot of history in the Bible. Is that how you see it?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, the first thing is that it's an accurate historical account.
Mm-hmm.
The presentation.
There are historical accuracies in the Bible. Because of the fact that there are historical accuracies in the Bible, does not conclude that the entire Bible is true.
Is such, and the perspective of the writers, that they believe they were talking about real events.
Okay.
It's very obvious that because of the way in which they insist that the next generation learn their history.
And they had their best tentative explanation. It was the best explanation they had at the time. If you are a localized people and everything that you know floods, you are going to find that synonymous with a worldwide flood, even if it was only a fucking hurricane.
When you look at these early chapters in Genesis, what do you see? Can you take us through this?
It starts with, in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth. There's no word in Hebrew for universe. That means he created everything. Mm-hmm. And then the next thing we find in Genesis 1:2, we find a water ball that is in space. Mm-hmm. God in the subsequent days is going to fill that universe.
Well, you're talking about days here. Do you see these as literal days? Is that what the text is telling us? Or you know what other people think, that this is just a poetic, different
Well, first of all, it's not poetry. The world's greatest Hebraists all affirm that this is a narrative. Mm-hmm. And they say that that's one of the unique features of the Genesis accounts of creation and the flood, is that they are narratives, because in the ancient Near East, they are done in epic poetry, which is very different. And here we have narrative to indicate that this is historical. What that means is that you should understand the words, the normal way in which those Hebrew words are understood. The word yom, it means day. The foundation of its usage is what we mean by a day. It's a 24-hour day. The only way you'd want it to mean a longer period of time is if you impose an alien concept to the text, mm-hmm. and say, well, I think that these are ages, and therefore yom has to mean ages. What you have to do is start with the text. Yeah. If we start with the text, yom means day.
So when we come to the passage that talks about the creation of Adam and mm-hmm. Eve. Yeah.
Now, did you notice that he didn't cross-reference it? He did not cross-reference Yom with a later passage. I'm going to pull up some Exodus, because Exodus is a book of the Torah. It was also written by Moses, according to the scriptures. That all of these were, that the first 5 books of the Bible, the Torah, were written by Moses. Blah blah blah, fucking genealogy. Looking for a reference of the word day. I don't know the Bible that well. Okay. And when they came to, and this is 2:18, when they came to Reuel their father, he said, "How is it that ye come so soon today?" So 2 days, 2 words in this. And so I don't know the Bible as well as a theologian. And I was already able to find a reference to the word day. Let me see if I can find one that's not a 2-day, because 2-day might have a different translation than day. Let's see. blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah. More words, more words, more words. For circumcision. Oh, this was when Moses cut his dick off. Okay. Exodus 5:3. And they said, the God of the Hebrews hath met with us. Let us go, we pray thee, 3 days' journey into the desert, and sacrifice unto the Lord, lest he fall upon us with pestilence. So I already found another reference of the word day. So it would have been easy for him to cross-reference Yom with day right there. And we didn't see him cross-reference day with anything else. So I can't assert that it's a different one. But I can assert that he didn't look for it. That he didn't show us another example of day outside of Genesis 1. And that leads me to believe, or that is circumstantial evidence that this is a dishonest argument.
You're seeing that as a clear historical event, which would stand in direct opposition to the conventional paradigm that man evolved out of a long, long process.
The biblical text is not compatible with the standard, the conventional paradigm. The Bible teaches that the Lord God formed man, artistically breathed in him the breath of life, created him in his image. And then, of course, woman is created. We have marriage. We have the fall. And then in Noah's genealogy, we have the entire flood account.
So if humans were designed by God, if man was designed by God, then part of your dick was something that your God put there for you to cut off. If he didn't want it there, why did he put it there? If he said that you have to cut it off, why is it there in the first place if he didn't want it there? Is he just trying to prove dedication? Prove your dedication by cutting part of your dick off. Well, if God is omniscient, all-knowing, then God would know if you are dedicated just from thinking of you. So there would be no reason to cut part of your dick off to prove to God that you're dedicated.
And the flood, is it a global flood? Well, I mean, I don't know how many times, I think 35 times or so, the word kol, which is all, occurs in the flood narrative. If this is a judgment on mankind, then it has to be global. We continue through these first 11 chapters.
If this is a judgment on mankind. But all, it doesn't say global, it says all. And all can only encompass that which you know of. You can't say, if you are not familiar with Florida, if you've never heard of Florida before, you can't say this flood affected Florida because you don't even know Florida exists.
After Genesis, we come to chapter 10, which is called the Table of the Nations, which are the sons of Noah. It mentions in that chapter that the people are in their different nations and their languages. So Moses goes back in Genesis 11, 1 through 9, and explains how the languages develop. And so we come to the Toledot of Terah. And the Toledot of Terah is not going to be about Terah. It's going to be about his famous son, Abraham.
Mm-hmm. It just seems so apparent that there is no disconnect between all of that and everything that we see in the beginning. It's just one long historical narrative, is it not?
It is. As a matter of fact,
that is known as internal consistency. When you write something, you make sure that it has continuity. That way it sounds believable. If it didn't sound fluid, if it lacked continuity, you would not believe it. And even in the fiction today, in Marvel Comics, if something goes, if there is a continuity error, people get pissed off about that. So, yeah, you're going to want continuity in your stories.
The genealogies form the structure, not just for Genesis, but the narratives are embedded in the genealogies. The genealogies are picked up, that's actually called the Toledot, in the book of Ruth, to establish that David is a descendant of Judah, which is required by Jacob's prophecy. And then we move into the New Testament. How is the pedigree of Jesus established? With two genealogy, one going back through Mary's line, all the way back to Adam.
Steve, in light of all of this that we have seen, how important is the historical narrative that we find throughout Genesis, including all of the generations that are laid out there? How important is that to Christianity?
It shows that Christianity has a historical basis. It's what the scriptures say, and the scriptures represent actual historical data. So Christianity...
And I'm going to go back into the Spider-Man argument. Okay, New York City is a real place. Spider-Man, the fictional comic book, takes place within New York City. The fact that New York City exists is not evidence that Spider-Man exists.
It's not a leap in the dark. It is
that's Eric's
understanding
argument.
that
Eric
has
Murphy's.
a very strong
That's all
historical
him.
basis, and that our Savior is also our Creator.
These genealogies are incredibly important. If Jesus is descended from Adam, and Adam was created on the sixth day of creation, then the earth can't be very old. So where do the millions of years come from? I met a geologist at a place where he said we could understand this better.
You see the quietness, the expanse, nothing to disturb you. Yet you've got the reminder that it was explosive in the past. There was this volcano back here, the Cindercone volcano.
What up, Dapper?
It out this lava flow that spilled out across this countryside.
Just a huge amount of
Reckon bad
basalt,
arguments.
lava.
Yeah, but it's actually small compared to the lava flows that we see in many places. And there's something like 1,000 of these volcanoes around here. And the little one behind us here,
Whoa.
we call that a Cindercone.
Hold on. Let's look at this. He's in Flagstaff, Arizona. They were just at the Grand Canyon, which is partially in Arizona. Well, yeah, is partially in Arizona. So, when I was talking about the volcanic rock, how volcanoes can erupt and create the same kind of... And thank you for that. Thank you. I had this video recommended for me to watch, so I figured I'd watch it on stream with you guys and butt in where I see fit. But I was talking about how this could have happened through a series of volcanic eruptions. And here he is saying that there are thousands of volcanoes in this area. So this geologist is reinforcing my claim that this was potentially something that happened through volcanic eruption rather than a flood.
Volcano.
You call that a little one?
Yeah, well, it is. I mean, these volcanoes are small. Mount St. Helens, 1980, when it erupted, okay? The top 2,500 feet of the volcano blew off, but that was small compared to historical eruptions. We can go back a little bit further to the Great Yellowstone eruption.
Oh,
and some of the
Yellowstone
volcanic ash
we're all
was down
fucked.
in Texas. It blew that far away. You think about lava flows in India, that you have an accumulation of up to 1,000 feet over an area a third of the size of the subcontinent of India. What we see in the present is really only minuscule by comparison to what we've seen in the past. And that's telling us something about the historic past. We can't use present-day rates of these processes to understand how quickly and how majestically, in terms of scale, the geological record accumulated.
Well, that is the point that has brought me to you, because how do we determine the age of these rocks?
Well, the important first thing is to recognise that this lava flow is, in a sense, an instant in time. It's an event. And when it's molten, you've got all the different elements that have come out of the volcano are all mixed up, and the rock starts to crystallise. Any of those atoms that are radioactive, they now start to accumulate what we call the daughter products, the decay products. Now, the point is that this rate of decay is so slow when we measure it.
Dude, this is the second geologist he found that is a young Earth creationist. And what they're saying, what this guy's reinforcing a claim that I made when he talked to the first geologist that said that the Grand Canyon was the result of a flood. And I was like, no, we've already seen that volcanic eruption can do this. So why not use the evidence that we already had that volcanic eruption does this? And then this guy's saying it's volcanic eruption. And also, the Yellowstone hasn't erupted for, let's look that up. I don't want to get my information wrong. So I want to be accurate on this, and we're just going to Google, when is the last time Yellowstone erupted? The last time the Yellowstone supervolcano erupted was 640,000 plus years ago. The Yellowstone eruption area collapsed in on itself, creating a sunken giant crater or caldera, 1,500 miles square in area. So when he talks about Yellowstone erupting, we're talking about over 500,000 years ago. And when he says you can't use that kind of time, he's using that kind of time to say you can't use that kind of time.
In the present, that it takes millions of years for parent atoms to decay to daughter atoms, and so that's ultimately where the millions of years come from, the fact that the decay rates in the present are slow.
But we would say that the present is not really the key to the past, because obviously the past holds some massive catastrophic events that are not going on today.
In fact, the Bible would say that the past is the key to the present. If you want to understand why the way the world is today, you've got to understand what happened in the past. So we've got...
Okay, so... Oh yeah, they are. Those fucking pictures are amazing. But... when the Earth was young, it was in a state of chaos. So yes, there was more cataclysm when the Earth was younger. And our moon helps regulate that. It keeps the Earth's axis at a consistent tilt. We didn't used to have a moon, so yeah, things are going to be more chaotic when the Earth is wobbling around. You're going to get the sun, and the seasons are all going to be off, and you're not going to have the uniformity that we do now due to our moon. So yeah, 2 billion years ago, things were fucked up. And they kept on, and they were getting fucked. They continued to get fucked up. But everything that happened in the Torah was written by Moses. And Moses didn't, let's see, let's look up when Moses existed. When was Moses alive? Or when was Moses born? Was born in the late 14th century BCE. So 1300 BC. Closer to 1400 BC. So yeah, No, 1300 BC, almost exactly. So anything that Moses wrote is going to be based on word of mouth before that. There are probably some writings. Oh shit, let me bring that back in case I gotta look something else up. I do. I think, well, I think they've been translated differently, but yes, the first 5 books of the first 5 books of the Old Testament, the Torah, were probably written by Moses. Oh, really? Dapper, could you go into detail about that, please? Because that's news to me. I'm not criticizing. I want to know. While you're typing, we'll keep watching.
Lots of hints that geological processes haven't been at constant rates through time, and we have other hints that the decay rates may not have been constant.
All right, go for it.
We've taken rock samples from a number of places. Lots of samples in the Grand Canyon of each of these rock layers. I've done it in New Zealand. We've done it in other parts of the world. And what we've done is we've submitted the same samples to more than one of these dating methods. And so what we found is on the same samples with more than one method, we were getting ages that were different by hundreds of millions of years, or even a billion years in some instances. We're seeing huge differences by using different methods.
Well, if there is that kind of a difference between all of these dating methods, then that would seem to confirm the fact that we have an open system here, not a closed one.
And if we have an open...
Right, but all of those measurements were in millions of years. None of those measurements said 10,000 years. None of those measurements said 6,000 years. They are all in measurements of millions of years. As our testing and our system of measurement gets more accurate, we get more accurate results. And they're not telling you which one was taken first. They're just saying we have all 3 of these, and they're not saying which one was the earliest dating method, because the earliest dating method may have had some flaws in it that were refined, debunked due to newer methods. So, saying that science gets better as we progress and learn, yes, I agree. The bit I remember best is that Genesis shows evidence of several authors within a single book. For example, Genesis 1 and 2 are both slightly different and slightly contradictory accounts of creation. Religious scholars propose that historical bits of the Bible are collections of variations on the same oral tradition. Dude, I have actually noticed that. I knew that 10 fucking years ago, 15 fucking years ago, that there were 2 human creation stories in Genesis. So, yeah, that is right. That's, yes. Precisely. And yeah, that's, dude, good call. Good information, man. Thank you for that.
System, that means we can't trust it to give us dependable dates for these rocks. And that changes the whole thinking about the history of the Earth, because suddenly now these radioactive clocks are not reliable. We've got evidence that rates were faster in the past. Suddenly we may not be thinking in terms of millions of years. We may be thinking in terms of a history that is much shorter.
But you were saying that this kind of...
How do you get from millions to 4 to 5 figures? How do you go from 9 figures, 10 figures, to 4 or 5? How do you make that fucking jump?
Of evidence is in the open literature now.
Yes.
Why is it not making an impact?
Well, I've been asked that when I've spoken in university geology departments, And the answer is because there is a commitment to the millions of years. And so once people get locked into that focus, anything outside their field of view that conflicts with that focus is marginalised. And the reason why the millions of years are important, if we go back in the history of scientific thought, Charles Lyell in England proposed millions of years, and they multiplied the ages for the rocks. And that was the foundation on which Charles Darwin built. In fact, he read Charles Lyell's book and was convinced of the millions of years of geological evolution, so he could say, now, given enough time, what we don't see happening in the present. We might only see small changes in the present. Given millions of years, the small changes can add up to big changes. And so if you want to have a way of looking at the history that says that we got here by chance, random processes over millions of years, then you've got to have rocks that are millions of years old. Otherwise, you've undermined that whole foundation of that view of Earth history.
So time becomes the critical element for the conventional paradigm.
Exactly.
And that time has to be deep time. Andrew said when you study the rock formations, they show evidence of a young Earth transformed by a global catastrophe. So he took me south to Sedona to see it for myself.
The important thing to note is that this landscape is actually very stable. There was lots of erosion in the past to carve out this whole terrain, but those cliffs and the valley floor are very stable, which is why you've got the vegetation. Today, everything's much, much quieter. Today's processes are extremely slow, but they can't explain how we got this erosion, how we got these layers, how we got these cliffs.
All right, so...
Yes, catastrophes change things significantly over a short time. But when you're using, and they've been sitting in, aside from, where'd they say they were, Sedona? I think Sedona's Washington. No, it's in Arizona. So, they are using a very small sample size. They showed you a volcanic eruption at Mount St. Helens. Everything else that you're seeing is a very small sample size in Arizona. They are using this one landmark to try to base everything on. And they're saying we have a slower erosion process now than we used to. And they are using isolated events to show how things can happen quickly. And they are acting like things happened quickly all the time. That's not how cataclysms work. Yes, 2 billion years ago when things were unstable, we didn't have life here. Flat out, we just didn't. Earth wasn't habitable for the first 2 billion years of its existence. So, we are getting a very small sample size close to volcanic eruptions. And they're trying to use this as a framework for the entire fucking world.
You wanted to come here because you see evidence of a young Earth because of what's here. What do you see?
Yes, well, the first thing we notice is the extent of these layers. It's like a stack of pancakes.
All right. Modern scholars have reason to doubt almost all of Exodus and therefore a very historical existence of Moses. For example, Egyptians are a very advanced civilization that had great historical records, but they don't have any stories of a huge exodus of any such group. Bible scholars estimate there were about 2 million Israelites. That isn't consistent with any other historical record. So, are you saying that the events in the Torah would have been recorded after the speculated life of Moses, and that it was somebody that was making up a story of how they got to there. Because let's think about Exodus for a second. Including camping out and including, the time it takes to travel, it would take you about 3 months, 4 months to get from Egypt to the Promised Land. They were in the desert for 40 fucking years. So, either the person that wrote that had never traveled that desert, or they got fucking lost. Is that pretty accurate?
For example, the red unit that goes all the way across our field of view, that's the Schnebly Hill Formation. And above that, you can see the first white unit is the Coconino Sandstone. And above that, you've got the Turaweep, and at the horizon, you've got the Kaibab Limestone, which is the rim rock of the Grand Canyon. And, here we are, 70 more miles from the Grand Canyon, and these layers are still here.
Yeah. It's almost hard to imagine the volume of material that represents.
Yes, take the Coconino Sandstone. We can trace it from here, right across New Mexico, Colorado, right over towards Kansas and Oklahoma, or even in Texas. We're talking at least 200,000 square miles for this one rock unit that's consistent for mile after mile after mile. That's not the scale that we see today with localized sedimentation. And to get it flat lying like this over such a large area, it's like you have to make your pancake all at once very rapidly. And so these layers show evidence of rapid sedimentation, the extent of these layers.
Well, Andrew, you were talking...
There are records of small groups of slaves escaping Egypt, and of course there are records of plagues and locusts, but you expect something like the death of the firstborns to be recorded because it would be a big event. Right. And that's another thing that gets me is an omniscient God is telling, okay, it's just weird that the Egyptians didn't write about any of Exodus. Yeah. Now, let's just say for the sake of this, that the firstborn story is true. Let's just call it true. Let's say that there were records of it in the Library of Alexandria, and the records of it got lost when the Library of Alexandria went down. Let's just say this for the sake of argument. An all-powerful, all-knowing being needed people to paint lamb's blood on their door, so he knew which babies to kill. And it wasn't all babies. Some of them were teenagers, some of them were young adults. It was the firstborns. So, an all-powerful, all-knowing being had to have you let him know who to kill. That doesn't make sense. In other words, it just making you do shit, even though the God character would know if you were a follower or not just by thinking about you. So yeah, even if we give credit to the historical part of Exodus, it still doesn't explain the God part. Right. Now, I'm gonna put my Christian hat on for that one. According to my preachers, that was him trying to get Adam and Eve to admit to it. So we can't really use that as questioning. But at the same time, an omniscient God would know if the person's going to lie or not. Because according to this story, God knows all things past, future, and present. I didn't do that intentionally the first time, but I totally did it intentionally the second time. So, this God is asking to see if Adam's going to lie, knowing that Adam's going to lie. So at this point, God is a middle school troll.
About that red formation, but that doesn't sound familiar to me.
No, that's the Schnebler Hill Formation. It's not in the Grand Canyon. In the Grand Canyon, we go from the Coconino into the Hermit Formation. There's that knife edge boundary, and there's no evidence of erosion there, which means that the Hermit Formation was rapidly deposited, and then immediately the Coconino was a deposit on top of it. But here, we've come 70 miles from the Grand Canyon, and we've got this Schnebler Hill Formation between the Coconino and the Hermit. And this Schnebler Hill Formation, 800 to 1,000 feet thick.
Dude, and mind you, yes, I have a Bible right here next to me because I participate in debates with theists on a pretty regular interval, so I want to have something here so I can just grab it. And this one is one that I know because I highlighted this son of a bitch. Let's see. Oh, I done went too far. Yeah, 126. Genesis 1:26. And God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish and sea," blah, 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 blah. Insert words here. Genesis 3. (3:22). And the Lord God said, "Behold, the man is become as one of us to know good and evil." One of us. So, Yahweh is specifically referring to beings like him. Other beings like him. The Asherah poles, the historians believe they're used to worship Asherah. Sometimes believe the consort of El, who is the predecessor of the early version of Elohim, Yahweh, Allah, God. Yeah, it talks about other gods a lot too. Right. Okay, let's look at the commandments. Let's look at the commandments in Exodus, and I know this one. "You shall not have other gods before me, for I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the bondages of Egypt." Out of the bondage of Egypt. And then, in another commandment, just a verse or two later, says, "Do not bow down or pray to false idols." So there are two specific commandments. Two very specific commandments. One that says not to worship or pray to false idols, and another one that says, "Do not have other gods before me." So yes, this is blatantly mentioning the existence of other gods. If there were no other gods, like, okay, if I've got one chair that's what I thought too. But those would have been false idols. That was what I yeah. Those would have been construed as false idols, and they would have been in the same commandment. Do not worship or pray to false gods or false idols. That's what the commandment would have said. Now, if I have one chair in my house, if I only have one chair in my house, I don't have to tell you to sit in that chair. It is understood that that's the only chair in my house. If I have several chairs in my house, and maybe one has a broken leg, maybe one's wobbly, maybe another one lost the fucking padding between the piece of wood and your ass. So I'll tell you, sit in this chair because it's a good chair and it's not gonna fall apart on you when you sit in it. That means there are other chairs in the house that you shouldn't sit on. But if I only have one chair, I don't have to tell you, don't sit in the other chairs.
Over an area of 1,000 square miles, had to have been formed very rapidly. If that took millions of years, we ought to see millions of years of evidence of millions of years erosion back in the Grand Canyon at that same boundary. We don't. So that means that this Nebula Hill Formation in this area had to form in a matter of hours. So it tells you that not only is there a lack of erosion, but there's no time between those boundaries. So the whole sequence of layers was very rapidly deposited.
So we have this large extent.
Look at this. Look at the rock formation again.
70 miles from the Grand Canyon, and we've got this Nebula Hill Formation between the Coconino and the Hermit. And this Nebula Hill Formation, 800 to 1,000 feet thick, over an area of 1,000 square miles, had to have been formed very rapidly. If that took millions of years, we ought to see millions of years of evidence of millions of years erosion back in the Grand Canyon at that same boundary. We don't. So that means that this Nebula Hill Formation in this area had to...
Look at these rock layers. These are... I never understood the inorganic radioactive dating. Why doesn't radioactive decay occur before material erupts from a volcano, which would result in everything dating back to the same age? Let me try to understand this. I might have to tell you to go to a physicist on this, or a geologist, but I'm going to try to understand the question. I never understood inorganic radioactive dating. Why doesn't radioactive decay occur before the material erupts from the volcano? My guess as to why and this is just a guess, but my guess as to why radioactive decay doesn't occur before the eruption of a volcano would be because it's still hot, it's still liquid, it's still active. Right, exactly. Yeah, organic carbon dating, whenever something decays, the body and the immune system can no longer fight it, so, yeah. But I think with the volcano, it would be because everything is liquid and molten, and it's still in an inconsistent state. And then when it hardens, it's actually able to start decaying because it's not getting bubbled over, it's not being subjected to that kind of heat and pressure anymore. So when a volcano erupts, what you get is the igneous rock from that cooling. And then the next time a volcano erupts, the rock cools, and when the rock cools, then it starts its dating. That's my best educated guess. It makes sense to me, but if you want to go further into it, I would recommend that you talk to a geologist about it. Just not one of these geologists.
Form in a matter of hours. So it tells you that not only is there a lack of erosion, but there's no time between those boundaries. So the whole sequence of layers was very rapidly deposited.
So we have this large extent.
Okay, now, Ferris, please do. What we see here are short time periods. This one here looks like 750,000 years. This one here looks like... Oh no, that's the same one right there. It's just got a... No, they are different. That one looks like closer to 1 million years. This one looks like maybe 250,000 years. But you're talking about cataclysms that are separating these rock layers. And then within this, you've got this huge area. And this is the area in question. Now, what we see are different erosion patterns. Radiocarbon 14C is constantly being created in the atmosphere by the interaction of cosmic rays with atmospheric nitrogen. Oh! So, it's not being affected by the cosmic rays until it's out in the light. Is that what I'm understanding? Right, and when it's still bubbling over, yeah, I think I get it. But we have a completely different erosion pattern here. No, we're talking about inorganic radio decay, not organic decay. We're talking about dating rocks, which has nothing to do with dating rocks. It has nothing to do with fucking a statue. But we've got different erosion patterns. So what we see is that there was a change here. So yes, this could have been Yellowstone. Flat out, this could have all been a result of Yellowstone that would have done the exact same thing that they're talking about with a fucking flood.
Dent of layers. We have the lack of erosion between the layers. What other evidence do you see?
Well, if we look closely, for example, at the Coconino sandstone, we see the bedding that
she's still
bands
continuing
within it that are sloping. We call those cross beds. What they indicate is that you had underwater sand waves were moving along. The comparison is in a desert. It's important to recognise that there's a difference in the angle in a desert dune. It's usually 30 to 34 degrees of these sloping beds. Underwater, it's usually 25 degrees or less. And Dr. John Whitmore has combed the hills around here with his students, hundreds and hundreds of measurements of these cross beds. and they all come in the range of 15 to 25 degrees. So it was underwater deposition. And so...
Okay, now let's look at the elevation of the top of the Grand Canyon. Ah. The CO2 in the atmosphere transfers to the ocean by dissolving the surface water in carbon and bicarbonate ions at the same time. Oh, shit. Okay. The exchange process brings to the water. So basically, carbon atoms flow from water into the soil. Yeah. Good call. Let's see. Floor elevation is approximately 2,600 feet. Okay, so it's 7,000 feet above sea level at the top and 26,000 feet at the bottom. Okay. I want to explain the Rocky Mountains. Yes, thank you, Ferris. Thank you for that explanation. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about the Rocky Mountains at this point. Because this entire thing, we'll look at the, Rocky Mountain Range map. So, that's New Mexico. That's Arizona. So, what kind of plate boundary is the Rocky Mountains? What type of plate boundary is a convergent that move away from each other? Oh. The most mountain ranges occur at tectonically active spots where plates collide. Move past each other. Alright, USGS.com. Let's see. Geology, history, Precambrian era, blah blah blah. Thick marines, Glacian. Away from a plate boundary. Furthermore, the mountains in this region would be expected to support only about half the size of what we see today. How can this be? After years of research, geologists have a better understanding of the formation by studying ancient plate tectonic movement off the coast of California at the beginning of the Laramide orogeny, roughly 70 million years ago. Small tectonic plates made more dense oceanic crust began to slide underneath North America plate very slowly. The shallow subduction angle meant that the Farallon plate could have reached farther east under the continental interior before plunging deeper into the mantle, releasing water into the lithosphere above. Water lowers the melting rock point. Your boundary is a convergent zone. The other side, ours over here, is a subduction zone where one plate slides on the other. Okay. So then, what we are seeing is that California plate. That's what's in question right now, is that California plate. So, if it's a convergent zone, then what we're seeing is the plates that are 2,400 feet up. All right, man, you take care. Have a great day. It was nice having you in with me. I'm usually a gamer, but if people like this, I'm gonna start doing it more. I love it. But so we're talking about the plate right now, and it's at 2,600 feet right now. But this plate was moving from west to east. And if it's moving west to east, then it's moving from sea level to higher elevation. So the fact that there was water here at some point in time makes sense with plate tectonics, because it is moving from shallower to higher, or from closer to sea level to higher, from further away from sea level. So yeah, we would expect to see water there.
These layers are accumulating in hours, weeks, and within months, you've got this whole stack of pancake layers over such wide areas.
So it isn't a difference in believing in those layers that exist.
Not at all.
It's the difference of time, isn't it?
Correct. It's not a question of science versus the Bible. When we're talking about the flood paradigm and the conventional paradigm, we're actually talking about two different views of Earth history.
Those views really are different. Of course, I grew up being taught the conventional view with its long ages and slow, uniform changes. But what was the history of the world according to Genesis?
A paleontologist, huh? Let's see where this goes.
Kurt Wise took me from one fascinating place to another, showing me evidence of fossil forests, explaining the rapid formation of coal, and talking about the complex design of biological systems. Everywhere we turned, he showed me something new about the Earth and its history. We ended up at the entrance to an old abandoned coal mine.
This is leftover remains of the Dayton Coal and Iron Company, built about 110 years ago.
Well, what's amazing is if you didn't know that history, and if you looked at these rocks, you would think they were very ancient. In fact, if we were in Greece, we might think they're thousands of years old.
It's hard to tell just looking at the structure itself.
No.
Well, Kurt, then
Okay.
I need for you to do something to me, because I know that the conventional paradigm looks back in Earth history. A lot of uniform
The rapid formation of coal. In coal mine.
All right, let's go back here.
This is leftover remains of the Dayton Coal and Iron Company, built about 110 years ago.
Well, what's amazing is if you didn't know that history, and if you looked at these rocks, you would think they were very ancient. In fact, if we were in...
Only if you didn't know anything about rocks. Let's look right here at this sharp fucking corner that has not succumbed to wind erosion at all. Okay, they pointed to a mossy part, and they're saying, oh, this looks older. When I can tell, just from that crack right there, that wind and water erosion have not affected it. What he's saying would be Greek and Roman times, because all of those rocks have soft lines, whereas these are all hard corners. And the Greeks were way better at building shit like this anyway.
Greece, we might think they're thousands of years old.
It's hard to tell just looking at the structure itself.
Well, Kurt, then I need for you to do something, because I know that the conventional paradigm looks back in Earth history, and it's a straight line. A lot of uniform processes and so forth. But the Genesis history is telling us that it's not that uniform.
Yeah, that's the point. In 2 Peter chapter 3,
I've got a friend with the rock
people in the
tumbler.
latter days saying, where's the promise of this coming? For all things continue as they were from the beginning of the creation. That concept that what you see in the present, what's happening right now, what's happening in the creek down below, what is happening in every place on the earth, is the way it's always been. It's always been for all of Earth history. The passage goes on to say, for this they are willingly ignorant. They're not just ignorant of these truths, they're purposely rejecting these truths. And it lists the creation and the flood.
No, I am objectively looking at the argument that you're presenting. I am offering alternative explanations. And then the next scientist you bring verifies my alternate explanation. That's what's been going on this entire fucking time. Is an expert says something, I say something else, and the next expert agrees with me.
These are apparently events, according to the Bible, that aren't like the present.
Right.
And the neat thing is, that's what we see here. That cliff isn't actually in place. That cliff belongs about 1,000 feet up. It's slid down to its current location. That's a pretty big boulder.
That's huge. That's
okay,
massive.
now what kind of process in the present slides, blocks that big down? This thing continues for...
Isn't there a glacier, like, up north, like way up north, that is sliding down at that same rate and causing that same kind of erosion and damage? Isn't there a glacier currently moving right now that's doing the exact same thing he's talking about? Glaciers rapidly moving mountains. Pretty much. What up, retro nerd? Alright. This is nationalgeographic.org. Oh, come on. A glacier is a huge mass of over time. Glacier fall. Alpine glaciers and ice sheets. Alpine glaciers form on mountainsides and move downward through the valleys. Sometimes alpine glaciers create or deepen valleys by pushing dirt, soil, or other materials out of the way. Alpine glaciers are found in high mountains of every continent except Australia, though there are many in New Zealand. As ice sheets spread, covered with a thick blanket. How glaciers form. I'm looking for something. I'm looking for yeah, forest hills and mountainsides are no match for glaciers. As glaciers, they move downward to deep terrain. They erode. Rocks carried. Oh! Rocks carried hundreds and even thousands of kilometers by glaciers are called glacial erratics. Glacial erratics differ significantly from the landscape in which they were deposited. The Big Rock, for instance, is a 15,000-ton quartzite boulder near Okotoks, Alberta, Canada. The Big Rock was deposited from what is now northern Alberta, about 1,640 kilometers, 500 miles away during the last ice age. So yes, a glacier can cause that exact same fucking thing to happen.
A mile. But inside those rocks are yet further evidence of an event before that that's even bigger, even more unlike the present. And then inside those rocks are also fossils of a time period that's very different than the present. So that, according to the claims of Scripture and according to my own experience, you can't use the present to judge the past, to understand the past. But if you go all the way back to the beginning, you realize that the Bible lays out what I would call epochs of Earth history.
Major periods of time.
Just different things happening during each of these epochs.
Oh.
That if you lived in any one of the other epochs, you would never understand the previous epoch, because it's so different. The first one is the creation itself.
Now, just to be clear, you're not asserting that Stonehenge is natural. You're just saying that the rocks were moved from their native position to way closer to where Stonehenge is through glacial erratics, right?
In 6 days, God created the entire universe. He created the planets and the stars.
All right.
And he stretched out the universe with his outstretched arm.
I just wanted to make sure we had clarity.
Today. He's not creating planets. In fact, at the end of that passage, he says he ended his creation work. Then we move into what I call the Edenian epoch, the period of time when Adam and Eve are in the Garden of Eden. And it's very different than the present. We get the impression from that passage, for example, that Adam and Eve, if they had not sinned, would have lived forever. It's hard to even conceive of human beings living forever. So it's a different world, wildly different.
It's hard to conceive of human beings living forever. Okay. I can transfer my hard drive to a solid state hard drive. It's a different format, but it speaks the same language. It is plausible that one day we will have the technology that we can transfer all of our memories and all of our knowledge into some sort of hard drive. Right. Yeah. The stones came from Wales, even though Stonehenge is in England. But I can conceive my mind, my memories, my thoughts, my knowledge. I can conceive uploading that into a hard drive and being able to live, in a sense, as long as the hardware and software is maintained. So, no, it's not that hard for me to imagine humans living forever, just as long as there's some kind of gatekeeper keeping the software up.
How long it lasts, we don't know, but it suddenly terminated with Adam and Eve eating of the tree of the knowledge good and evil,
rebelling,
and God cursing the creation. He changed the rules in the universe.
Okay,
now
I just want to talk about that. Let's talk about that for a little bit, because the whole... First of all, we're talking about a snake that was supposedly created by Yahweh, tricking people who did not have knowledge into doing something. The tree of knowledge of good and evil. So, we are going to fucking concede to the fairy tale for the sake of this argument. According to the Bible, Adam and Eve had no knowledge of good and evil. Therefore, they did not comprehend that disobedience was evil. They had no conception of good and evil. So then they were punished for eternity because they didn't use information that they didn't have access to. Can somebody please explain to me what the fuck I just said?
No longer is the sun going to be able to burn forever. No longer are we going to be able to live forever.
So it's hard for us to even imagine what that would be like, because we only see the laws are...
And we wouldn't have come to that conclusion if we didn't have the Word of God.
We didn't have this...
And that's what I think the Word of God has been given to us for.
So we slide into the third epoch of time, what I call the antediluvian period, the period before the flood and after the fall of man. It's a world that's different than the present. It's got the same natural laws going on, but it's a different set of critters, different set of plants. It's a little bit warmer Earth. The continents are in different position.
So wait, hold on. In the pre-diluvian period, or what? The pre-delusional period, there were different animals, and Noah was commanded to get 2 of every animal. And we're not even going to go into the amount of space that it would take to house 2 of every animal. We're not going to talk about what it would take to feed all of these animals for an entire year. There would have to be more prey than 2 for predators. Yeah. So if we pretend like Adam and Eve are real, they did something to try a child would, so they were already evil. So they already were evil. No, they didn't know any better. To be evil is to knowingly act against morality. If you do not know that you are acting against morality, then you are not evil. Because it is not a conscious decision to go against morality. Let's get back to this fucking ark. So there were different animals in the pre-delusional period. And Noah was commanded to get 2 of every animal. He would have had to get more than 2 of prey so that the predators had something to feed on. Otherwise, if you end up with 2 of every animal, at the end of the year, all you have left is predators, because you have to have something to feed you have to have something to feed the predators too. And that's prey. So that doesn't make any fucking sense. But back to this. There were different animals. Why were there different animals if Noah was commanded to get 2 of every animal? Did he half-ass his job? Like, did God not give him a fucking T-Rex trap? Right. Right, these are not domesticated animals. Noah and his family would have been eaten alive when they went out to the Congo to collect animals. They would have been torn to shreds when they went to Australia to collect animals. Dude, the fucking plants in Australia will jump out and fucking kill you. That's an exaggeration for the purpose of comedy, but I can't assert that there aren't any plants that'll jump out and kill you in Australia. I'll have to talk to an Australian about that. But no, he's blatantly contradicting what the Bible says when he says there were different animals. Because now Noah didn't get 2 of every animal. So, why? How does that make any fucking sense? That Noah gathered 2 of every animal, except for the ones that we don't see anymore.
From what they are now, it looks significantly different.
Well, that's what we see in Peter, where it talks about that world being destroyed. So the flood was not just soaking everything. This is radical change, wasn't it?
Yeah, if we're right about what we've understood so far, we got continents moving.
Yes, plants drown too. And we will fuck, I can't even remember it. I can't even remember what the name of it is. But it's the 80,000 year old tree. The quaking aspen. The Utah aspen grove is an 80,000-year-old grove. And the colony of quaking aspen is estimated 80,000. No individual tree currently alive is anywhere near that place. What it is, it's a cluster. Like it's the Pando. The Pando aspen grove in Utah. Trees cannot survive being underwater for a whole year. They're not getting the sunlight they need. They're getting different sunlight that does not conform to the sunlight that they collect. So, the trees would have fucking died. Flat out. That's all there is to it.
Smashing together, creating mountains. Mountains are rising to tens of thousands of feet. You've got water washing across entire continents. We're ripping thousands of feet of sediment off of the old continents and then depositing thousands of feet of sediment on top of them again. Yeah. We're looking at earthquakes of astonishing power.
So this change then from what you call the antediluvian epoch now into the post-flood.
Basically, the Earth has got to recover from a global flood. The atmosphere's got to recover, the geology, the rocks have to recover, plants and animals have to spread across the Earth. You got lots of water, humongous earthquake, humongous volcanoes, and more or less that period of recovery is a slow decrease in intensity and frequency of those things.
So,
not completely related, but my favorite mistake in the Bible is Cain. After Cain, the first child of Adam and Eve, killed his brother, and he got banished and went east. There he found the ruins of ancient cities. I completely spaced that. Good fucking call, Retro. Good fucking call. Yeah. So, did Adam and Eve, did they go and build cities while they were in the Garden of Eden? Wait hundreds of years for the cities to, erode and shit? Then kick Cain out so Cain could go find the ruins of ancient cities? Or is it just a bunch of made-up bullshit that didn't have any continuity to it to begin with?
Would it be in that period that we would see the Ice Age, for example?
Yes, that's ironically, the Ice Age turns out to be, in our modeling, a consequence of the heating of the water during the flood. Water is evaporating off the oceans, that cools the oceans. The water is then moving over the continents and dropping enormous volumes of water. Now, in certain places, the rain's going to come down as snow, but coming down so rapidly and without break that it can't melt and accumulates into thick.
Okay, all precipitation starts as snow. All precipitation starts as snow. So if it's coming down so rapidly that it doesn't have time to melt, then what we would expect to see is a global blizzard instead of a global flood.
Thick sequences of ice until they're miles thick. And then when the oceans had cooled enough that that rain generation system had stopped, then those glaciers then collapse under their own weight, melt back to the current position, and they're continuing to melt. You know, this thing, global warming, it's recovering, the Earth is still recovering from the flood.
So that was really a fairly tumultuous era right then, but then you have one final epoch.
So the modern epoch is you can study present processes and understand things fairly readily back to within a couple centuries of the flood.
And so that would lead one to think that these processes, if you take them all the way back...
Precisely.
Right.
You take the present processes and extend them into the back. And that's what 2 Peter says. That's the error people make. It's reasonable. Take the present and extend it into the past. Not unreasonable. So you need to go to the Bible to find out the necessary information to reconstruct it.
No, you don't need to go to the Bible. I have demonstrated how localized events can cause rapid changes in a short amount of time. I've demonstrated that over the past 2 hours. So, what we have is a fairly stable system that occasionally goes fuck all. And it's gone fuck all more than once. And that's why we have the different fucking layers, is because it's gone fuck all more than once. We don't see one fucking line. What we see are several layers. Several times this shit has happened.
And looking at it the other way, if you start from the Bible, you only get the beginning of the story.
Right.
God has given us the ability to read the rocks and fill in the rest of the story.
Yeah.
And we need to fully understand the flood. We start with the Bible, but then we go to the rocks. Speak to the rocks and they shall tell thee what has happened in the past.
Kurt made a good point. The Bible records historical events, but it doesn't explain how those events happened. That's what these scientists were doing. They were trying to interpret the evidence in light of biblical history. But Kurt said there was evidence inside the rocks. What was that evidence?
Oh, good. Now dinosaurs and people are living together.
I love coming to natural history museums.
Flintstones.
For me,
Meet
as a
the
paleontologist,
Flintstones.
it's like the chance to go to a zoo. It's all
Yeah,
the animals that used to live
exactly.
before the
Made a
flood.
good point, and something
It's like
I
a chance
agree
to
with
step
are
back
not
in
the same
time.
thing.
It is like a zoo, except they're not alive.
Right. And they don't smell. So that's pretty good. And the Natural History Museum isn't just about telling us what was there. It's also trying to give us a storyline, right? And we've got two possibilities. We've got these two paradigms between a naturalistic view and a biblical view. And all the natural history museums in the country, most of them around the world, all give you just one of those views, only giving you the naturalistic, old Earth view of the world. But these
That's
same
because we
data,
like to have evidence.
this dinosaur is able to be understood in an alternate paradigm.
Let's hear
So
it.
when I'm thinking about these types of creatures, I'm thinking about a world that's right before the flood.
I mean, this is a real picture of a violent world.
Yeah. That's why God said, behold, the end of all flesh. It wasn't just mankind. Man and all of the animals over which we rule.
What up? Hey, it's Tony! Okay. So. We don't have any mention of dinosaurs in the Bible. We just fucking don't. We have absolutely no mention of dinosaurs. So, what animals do we have mention of? Let's look. Let's go ahead and check it out. Cattle, creeping thing. Okay. Let's see. Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creatures that had life, and the fowl that fly above it in the open firmament, and the great whales, and everything that moves, and then the cattle, and the creeping things. So we've got cattle and creeping things. Dude! That would be fuck. Could you imagine? Could you imagine Noah trying to lasso a fucking T-Rex and ride it around trying to tame it to keep it from eating the chickens? So I see whales, I see cattle, I see bugs, I see birds. I see snakes. Can anybody point to a Okay, Tony. Can you I'll go ahead and look it up for you. I'll do you the benefit. Dude, I live 2 miles away from a dinosaur museum that have actual bones. Let's see. Dinosaurs in the Bible. I'm gonna have to go to a Christian source because that's the only people that would do it. Ah! Fucking Ken Ham! Soda bananas, scientists tell you that have radiation. Okay. Also, these rocks and beach often have a type of ancient creature on it too. Where did dinosaurs come from? What did dinosaurs eat? At the original commanded to be vegetarian. There were no meat eaters in the original creation. At 129.30 teaches it. Okay. If God commanded everything to be vegetarian, then why did he require sacrifices? Right, Hold on, let me catch up with chat. And they're only found, what a coincidence, because they're only... Are they telling you that they existed 60 million years ago, but the first dinosaur bone was found in the late 1800s? Yeah, just because we didn't find something until the 1800s doesn't mean that it didn't exist until the 1800s. And, perhaps the people that maybe dinosaurs started killing other animals. Maybe dinosaurs had started killing other animals and humans, and the Bible just, in any case, the Bible just. So, are we going with the animals don't have souls, animals don't have free will, but for some reason dinosaurs were allowed to have free will and eat meat even though they were commanded to be vegetarians? Let's see about this. Okay, Tony, after I push through this, we can go into better detail. Actually, you know what? I can have two debates at the same time. I can debate this. Or the dinosaurs were a creation of the elites. What the fuck are elites? God describes Job, who lived after a flood, a great beast which Job was familiar, called a behemoth, the chief way of the gods, perhaps the biggest animal, impressively moved his tail like a cedar tree. Commentary said it may have been an elephant or a hippopotamus, his like a brachiosaurus, elephants and hippos dive. Actually, very few animals singled out in the Bible for a detail contrary to what we think. We know now that dinosaurs get more mention in the scriptures than most animals. So dinosaurs. The word dragon could be substituted. Okay. The word dragon can... Exactly. With all no, the leading explanation is a meteor struck. I think the meteor struck in Pennsylvania. So let's go back over to this, I think it was Job 40:15. I love the book of Job. The book of Job is where it's at. Where Yahweh makes a bet with somebody and lets Satan torture somebody to prove that the dude's dumb enough to keep following. I love that kind of fucking message in my morality. Go ahead, make him sick, kill his family, make him broke, take everything you can away from him. This dude's still gonna follow me. Are you really training people to be that weak? That they'll never think for themselves even after you let somebody torture them to death? Oh, dude, go for it. Do whatever you want to him. That's my boy. Let's see. 4015. His scales are his pride. Shut up with the closest. One is near the other. And they're joined together. They stick together. And out of his mouth go burning lamps and sparks of fire leap out. Ha! 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 Oh shit! This is the Ken Ham's. This is Ken Ham's evidence of dinosaurs in the Bible. Hold on. Job 40. Oh, never mind. Read into the next chapter at 15. I was reading 41:15. Let's go back, actually. Behold now, behemoth, which I made. He eats grass like an ox. His strength is lions, and the force is the navel of his belly. Dinosaurs are hatched. Dinosaurs do not have a navel because they do not have an umbilical cord. They are in an egg until they hatch. There is no navel there. And you would think an omniscient being, an all-knowing being, would know that things that hatch don't have belly buttons. And he moved his tail like a cedar. The sinews of his stones are wrapped together, and his bones are strong pieces of brass. His bones are like bars of iron, and he's the chief of the ways of God. He made him so he can make a sword approach unto him. Surely the mountain brings forth food, where all the beasts of the field play. He lieth under the shady trees. The shady trees cover him with their shadows. The willows brook compass about. And he drinketh up a river, haste not, he trusteth that he can draw Jordan into his mouth. And he taketh with his eyes, his nose pierced through snares. Can draw a Leviathan with a hook or his tongue cord which is let us down? Can you put a hook in his nose, bore his jaw, blah blah blah. So the next chapter, we get into this. This is what I was laughing at. I'm not a big fan of Owen Benjamin, but he made a video with a very convincing argument about dinosaurs. You should react to it. I'll write it down. Shit, dude. If people like this shit, I'll keep fucking doing it because I fucking love it. I am digging the hell out of this. I probably should have. Yeah, I'll just keep a notebook with me. I've got this one here. So you said Owen Benjamin. Retro, I can't agree with that because of the tail. The tail, the tail. I don't see any boars that would have a tail like that. But a huge fucking crocodile would be something like that. And crocodile, I'm going to write this down. Owen Benjamin. On dinosaurs. Alright, thank you, Tony. And, so yeah, the tail, looking at a Wikipedia image, so that's where I come from. Okay, I was just thinking about what the actual word said, and the tail leads me to believe, let's see, how big do crocodiles get? 17 feet. Oh, how big? Okay, let's go with alligators then. Alligators, crocodiles are thicker, alligators are longer, right? Well, we're about to figure it out. No. The American alligator is 9.8 to 15 feet. The Chinese alligator is 4.9 feet. So yeah, crocodiles get, what is the largest one ever caught? Measuring 15 feet and a staggering 1,011 pounds. So let's look for the biggest crocodile. Yeah, saltwater crocodile. 6.17 meters. That's 20 feet. So yeah, if I see a fucking 20-foot crocodile coming at me, I am gonna call that sumbitch a behemoth. And I am gonna hope like hell that sumbitch can't climb a tree. Let's get back into 4115 because this shit gets hilarious. His scales are his pride. Oh wait. Shut up together as close with a close seal. One is so near the other, no air can come between them. They're joined one to another, so they stick together. They cannot be sundered. By his sneezing, a light doth shine. His eyes are like eyelids in the morning, or like the eyelids in the morning. Out of his mouth go burning lamps, and sparks of fire leap out. Out of his nostrils go a smoke, as a seething pot or cauldron. His breath kindles coals, and a flame goes out of his mouth. His neck remains strength, and sorrow turned into joy. Dude's talking about a fucking dinosaur. Dude, yeah, seriously. What the fuck did he do? Use one of his kids as bait? So yeah, Ken Ham's an idiot, but if you know who Ken Ham is, you already knew that.
Are judged at the time of the flood.
Well, Marcus, can you kind of give us an overall picture of the fossils and how all this stuff fits together?
Yeah, fossils tend to be found in distinct layers where there are very, very large numbers that have been destroyed, untold billions. And so every time we see a layer of rock that's this thick, we're thinking about an event that probably took minutes to make, not thousands of years, minutes for just this one package of rock, sometimes even seconds.
No. It starts out that big in minutes. When a volcano erupts, we see a rock. Hold on. That big? Yeah, we see a rock that big. When it's created, it's that big. But over time, it compresses and shrinks to that big. So if you're talking about something that happened in minutes being this big, what you're talking about is its end result being that big. What you're talking about actually happened was several feet of material hitting at once and compressing down over time. The same as you would see with the events of a volcano.
Yeah, where these pulses of water from the flood are moving over the continents, grabbing ecosystems or dragging marine ones up from deeper in the ocean and pulling them onto land. And as one gets deposited and the waves come back, they start pulling and piling additional stuff on top of that.
Wait, hold on. The only way I could possibly... What he's talking about is the heavier stuff at the bottom flows upward and gets embedded into the rock, and that just doesn't... It blatantly contradicts gravity. I've got to go just shut my alarm off right quick. Because when water hits the top of the ocean, it doesn't cause the things at the ocean, at the bottom of the ocean floor, 5,000 feet down, to get stirred up and thrown around. It hits the surface of the ocean, and by the time that energy gets down there, it's all dissipated from all kinds of rain, and it's created such an interference pattern that what you're going to end up with is a very minute effect when you get that deep. So no, rain hitting the top of the ocean does not make things float up. Now, maybe the life was there and it swam out, but still, we are talking about coastal regions that are affected by plate tectonics. So, all we need to do is realize that if a plate is moving upward like this, then it's increasing in elevation and it's moving away from the ocean. So that stuff in there, it was already old and dead when it started getting pushed up, which even adds more time because these things are already dead and in the ground, and then they get washed up.
And it's a graveyard on top of a graveyard on top of a graveyard. It's the sort of thing that speaks to catastrophe, not the sort of thing where the fossil record is gradually accumulating bone by bone, shell by shell, little by little, over untold eons of time.
So you're saying that we have these marine fossils all over, even on mountains?
Yeah. You know, further back over in the museum, they've got sections with things like mosasaurs, these big swimming reptiles. Mosasaurs are globally distributed, and they're distributed on continents. So looking at these things, you're saying, what is it that happened?
Let's go back to that.
These marine fossils all over, even on mountains.
Yeah. You know, further back over in the museum, they've got sections with things like mosasaurs, these big swimming reptiles.
So it doesn't make sense.
Mosasaurs are globally distributed, and they're distributed on continents. So
now let's look at the continents where it's coming from. The Mediterranean Sea, we got some stuff close to there. We've got stuff close to the ocean here. We've got stuff close to the ocean here. And the only place that we're seeing it outside of a coastal region is along the Rocky Mountain coast, where this plate started here and moved up and got pushed up. And we see it all along this fault line. So no, you're not going to tell me that if the only place we see it that far inland is a mountain range that got pushed up from the ocean, that it's continental. Where the fuck are they all over here? Huh? Where are all those here? Where's anything here? Where's anything here? Where's anything in Australia? You can't say it's continental and then omit that the only place where it's inland is the Rocky Mountain Range. They are basing things that happened here on a tectonic shift here. And their entire argument is based on this tectonic shift. Russia hasn't always been cold. There was a time when the Arctic Circle wasn't necessarily tropical, but it wasn't ice and cold. And we've got it right here. We've got it up here at the very tip of Australia. So if it can be here, then it can be here. But that still doesn't explain this whole mass of area right fucking here. It does not, even your explanation does nothing to explain this mass right here.
So looking at these things, you're saying, what is it that has the power? What is it that has the capacity to take the marine world
and there was one in
throw
Antarctica.
it on top of the continents in such a violent and destructive manner? And the flood makes perfect sense for this.
When we were in the Grand Canyon,
Oh,
we
shit!
saw
Thank
that
you for the
great
follow, Retro!
unconformity,
Yeah.
and there were no fossils to speak of really below that. And then all of a sudden we start getting a lot. What does that say to you as a paleontologist?
Well, the great unconformity is telling me that there's some sort of massive erosion and shearing that's happening across the continent. And then once we start getting to those nice sedimentary rocks that have all the wonderful fossils in them, the pattern starts to emerge. The ecosystem that has the first animals in it shows up very suddenly. In conventional paleontology, they call this the Cambrian explosion. It's the first appearance of a wide diversity of different types of marine animals. All of a sudden, you have this complex and whole ecosystem that shows up basically out of nowhere. Now, that makes perfect sense from a creation and flood perspective because...
Not out of nowhere, no! No, I'm not gonna let that shit slide. There were life forms before the Cambrian explosion. But what I think caused the Cambrian explosion was eyesight. I think when multi-celled life started developing eyesight, then they were able to adapt to their situations better. Because like a lot of life started out with just the pit that collected solar energy, so it knew how shallow or deep it was. And the pit evolved into an eye. So if we start out with the pit, just the pit, we get things that are getting closer to an energy source and getting closer to the surface of the water. And from there, when animals developed eyesight, we get the Cambrian explosion. That is just my speculation. So take that as my own speculation, but it is an alternative to things popping out of nowhere in the Cambrian explosion.
As the flood is about destroying ecosystems. Whereas in an evolutionary view, these ecosystems are going to have to arise a little bit more gradually as organisms diversify and evolve and respond to one another in their environment. But that's not what you see. Instead, you see an explosion of life that is complex, whole, the ecosystem is integrated with one another. You can see where all the different organisms fit with respect to one another. And that's just the first time that that happens. Every time you move up in the geological column, in this fossil record, you start seeing snapshots of more and more ecosystems. You've got one ecosystem that...
And once again, if all of these animals were on the ark, then why don't we see any of them today? Why do we have no evidence of any of these animals existing after the flood? Was Noah half-assing his job?
That's destroyed? And then you got another one. It's got slightly different creatures. There's different interactions going on. And as the floodwaters move higher and higher, they're getting closer and closer to the shore.
Well, the exact same thing I would expect to see through gradual evolution.
And eventually up onto land.
Yeah. So I think I see what you're saying here, and that is that the paradigm that we're all taught, that conventional paradigm, is trying to tell us that the fossil record is an evolutionary picture of life as it is developing, as opposed to the Genesis paradigm that's saying, no, all of that life, all the complexity of life already was there, and now we're looking at the graveyard of all that life.
Exactly.
Well, what are some of the other data that you're seeing that convinces you of this paradigm?
Sure. Well, one very curious situation with the fossil record.
I'm sorry, you guys. I'm gonna take a short intermission. I'll only be gone a few minutes. I'm gonna go smoke half a cigarette, and I am way too sober to listen to this shit, so I'm gonna grab a beer. Let's see. Today, we even gold sieve. Yeah, it doesn't make sense since we only try this in theory and then disprove them. In fairness, dinosaurs, and there was way more oxygen in the atmosphere. Yes, there was way more oxygen in the atmosphere, and plants and animals grew bigger because of the oxygen saturation. Exactly.
Record. So thinking vertically about things is not the hard parts of the animal, but the trackways. They're the footprints. This is a pattern that we see in several different groups where their footprints are first and their body parts are later. For the trilobites, for the amphibians, for the dinosaurs, the first time I find evidence of them in the fossil record, it's from trackways, not the hard parts. From an old Earth perspective, that's really weird and hard to grapple with because you have millions of years between the trackway production and ultimately the animal that made it. But that obviously doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? Because if there's trackways, there's animals, and those animals have bones and teeth and shells to them. Why aren't they fossilized? Instead, the pattern's telling us something different.
I'm wanting to finish this.
Between when somebody
we'll probably
leaves a track
play some
and when
Warface
somebody
later
gets buried.
tonight.
But the fact that those trackways are still there, that should tell us something as well, shouldn't it?
One, it tells us that the deposition or the placement of the next layer on top of them had to happen very, very quickly. Because, again, you go out onto a beach and you walk in the sand, your trackways are destroyed very.
You're talking about the sand relative to mud and dirt. And again, a volcanic eruption will solidify all of those tracks. So anything that died in a volcanic eruption, the footprints they left behind will be there, and their bones are going to be melted away along with the rest of them. So that's just a half-ass argument. Yeah. Also regular clay, yes, and regular clay, when it hardens, I'm always playing on Switch, dude. That's the only thing I play Warface on. But with regular clay, once it dries, actually, I don't know that, so I'm not gonna say it. But the volcano hypothesis fits in perfectly with clay as well as mud. And clay, it holds its shape better than mud does. So if something is walking on clay, then you're going to see little bitty track marks because it's not going to leave deep track marks. But the little bitty track marks are going to stay there better than a footprint in the sand will. So to say that animals on clay are going to have footprints that recede as fast as footprints on the sand is just fucking fallacious and deceptive.
Very quickly. But the fossil record is showing us something very different from today. This is death in a moment, right? This is death in an instant. And we're talking about a world that was complex, whole, integrated, and the flood is destroying that world sequentially and burying it in a vertical fashion.
Either that or severe heat.
Looking at the fossil record as a record of life is partly correct.
Dude, look at that.
It's not about life's development.
Did you see that?
Grapple with between when somebody leaves a track and when somebody gets buried.
But the fact that those trackways are still there, that should tell us something as well, shouldn't it?
One, it tells us that the deposition or the placement of the this is death in a moment. Right?
That's not it.
In an instant. And we're talking about a world that was complex, whole, integrated, and the flood is destroying that world sequentially and burying it in
Io,
a
do you
vertical
mean
fashion.
are you talking about the Io is a moon on Jupiter or Saturn, but I can't remember which one.
And so I think looking at the...
Now look at this. This was the picture that I was looking at. If you look at the damage done, that damage was not done through a flood. Because what we see found. Also, there are dinosaurs who are found mid-flight during their death. If you are drowning, you won't fight to eat each other. Mid-fight during their death. Yeah, if you're drowning, you're trying to swim to the top. Survival becomes the most important thing. If you get hit by a fucking wave of heat, you are just fucking gone right then and there. But if we look at this, what we see are fractures here. We see fractures here. We see a complete separation here. We see a complete separation here. We see complete separation here. These are not injuries that are congruent with drowning. These are injuries that are consistent with a shock force of some kind. Whether it be being crushed by teeth, whether it be a wave of heat, something hit this dinosaur with force. So to use this as evidence of a flood? Fucking wow! Do you even paleontology, bro?
The fossil record as a record of life is partly correct, but it's not about life's development. It's about life's attempt to survive an event that ultimately consumed all of them.
Well, that would make sense then, because when God was talking about destroying the earth with the flood, it wasn't just
JD, please elaborate.
The destruction of human life, it was the destruction of all life. And so now the world we live in is, as you said, radically different than what that was before.
Yeah, when we look at the T-Rex, when we look at the mosasaurs, when we look at all these animals as ferocious carnivores, and they really are, I mean, they're terrifying, but that's not what they were initially created to be. Mm-hmm. And so these sharp teeth...
So wait, they were not initially created to have sharp teeth, but they have sharp teeth, but evolution isn't a thing. Was there a fucking dentist going around giving all the dinosaurs implants? How did they develop sharp teeth if they weren't designed to have sharp teeth? Was Yahweh so lacking in forethought that he just let animals grow sharp teeth by will? Did Yahweh create the sharp teeth for a reason, even though they weren't originally supposed to have sharp teeth? When you break down what the people are trying to say, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
These devastating claws and the behaviors that go along with them all seem to be part of the curse. And part of that is genetic, part of it might also be just some modifications, but these organisms, by the time...
Genetic modifications. The dude is flat out conceding to evolution. Yeah. The dude's flat out conceding to evolution while he's telling you that evolution doesn't exist. He's using evolution to disprove evolution. That would be like me just flat out saying, God doesn't exist because God exists. Huh? Yeah, if I say something stupid like that, I'll get called out on it. But maybe they developed sharp teeth through genetics and modification, even though I don't believe in genetic modification. Huh? Dumbass.
We see them. And this is important for us to remember when we come to a natural history museum, is you're not seeing the world at Creation Week.
Right.
You're seeing the world as it existed at the flood. And that world was one that was filled with violence and was
yeah, dinosaurs went through an edgy phase. Dude, their teens were nuts.
I realized that the billions
dinosaurs
of
in their teens went all crazy.
Are a silent testimony to God's global judgment. I decided I wanted to see one of those layers of fossils for myself. If the dinosaurs had died suddenly in the flood, wouldn't it be obvious?
What's a taphonomist? I'm going to look that up right quick. I want to see what this guy studies in. Taphonomist. That deals with the process of fossilization. So taphonomy is the branch of paleontology that deals with hold on. It sounds like that mad Christian who tried to explain God through bananas and cola cans. Bananas are all GMOs. There isn't a single real banana left. This is completely anecdotal, but I've actually heard that the Amazon does have it's more like they're endangered, but they're not picked anymore. So real bananas are an endangered species if they exist. Okay, let's pause for a second. JD, BLM is bullshit. Okay, let's go on that for a second. Let's take a break from the Christian nut jobs trying to tell us that evolution disproves evolution. And let's go on this Black Lives Matter for a second. Are you trying to tell me that it's bullshit that police are killing black people at a rate of 3 times that of white people per capita in this country? I'll break it down for you right now. I will give you the numbers right now. But black people are murdered by police. Well, I'm sorry. Black people are killed by police. They don't... Retro, I'm going to need you to elaborate. But black people are killed by police per capita at a rate of 3 times that of white people. And we're going to go ahead and look this up so you're not... let's see. Police murders by race. People shot to death by police. Okay? Now, what we have is, we'll go with the 2019 results, since 2020 is a weird year. We'll go with the 2019 results. So we've got 300... Ah, shit. Let me get that out of the fucking way. We have 370 white people killed by police to 235 black people. Alright? So I'm going to write that down. 370 W 235 B. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, I understand what you're saying. No, they do matter. So, yeah, dude, and that's why we need complete police reform. Because, yes, white people are being killed by police too. The training that police undergo is wrong. The qualifications that police undergo, that police officers need, is severely below what it needs to be for the position. Cops are not social care workers. Cops are not therapists. Cops are not psychologists. But they're put into those positions. So we need to defund the police, create police reform, and put professionals in these positions. Send therapists and psychologists to domestic dispute issues. Send drug counselors. Fuck it. Legalize drugs. Because there should not be a such thing as a victimless crime. If you commit a crime because you're spun out of your fucking mind on meth, I think that substance abuse counseling should be a required part of your retribution and your recovery and your education. Yeah. Okay, so this is not a problem that is limited to America or the United States. This is not a problem that's limited to the United States. So it's also happening in the Netherlands. Now, I'm just going to go to the U.S. population by race. And we will go to the census. Census.gov quick facts. So we got ethnicity. White alone percent 76. And then black or African American alone percent 13.4. I'm going to equalize those numbers a little bit to make the math easier. So, we're going to call that 75%. We're going to call that 15%. So, 75 divided by 15 is 5. 15, 30, 45, 60, 75. So now, if there were... Now, to equalize the per capita, all we have to do is take our 235 and let me break out the calculator so I'm not giving false news. I don't think you're going to see the calculator. So we'll go 235 times 5 equals 1,175. So, if there were an equal number of black people and white people in the United States, the number of white people killed by police would still be 370. The number of black people killed would be 1,175. So now what we do is we take 1,175 and we divide it by 370. And what that gives us is 3.1756757 blah 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 blah. So, black people are killed per capita at a rate of 3.17 times to that of white people. And that is why Black Lives Matter. That is exactly why we say Black Lives Matter. Because yes, I think all lives matter. It's just that there seem to be several fucking people who have forgotten that Black Lives Matter. And it seems like a lot of them work in law enforcement.
What we're dealing with here, this is in the Lance Formation. This is a Upper Cretaceous sedimentary deposit. And what we have here is what's called a bone bed. It's an accumulation of bones that's about 1 meter thick, a little less than 1 meter.
And in this meter, we find the bones present as a graded bed with little bones at the top and bigger bones at the bottom. And you can see here, it looks like Kirline is working on another vertebra here. This is a cervical vertebra of a duck-billed dinosaur. This is where the spinal cord goes right there. When I look at these bones in the quarry, I often think of them as being inside the animal alive, and just imagine what it's like to be seeing these bones for the first time. So this is just full of bones, and it's not like we have to go looking for where the bones are. We just have to sit down and start digging.
Oh, I did want to talk about that. The police officer that killed George Floyd is being tried for murder. So we got that going for us. His lackeys aren't serving any punishment, but he's being charged. And which cop that killed which woman? The cop that was peeking around the back of the house like an intruder, and when the woman pulled her gun on what she thought was an intruder, she got shot while basically playing video games with her kids? Or the woman that was shot 8 times in her fucking sleep? Which one of these are we talking about?
What is mainly different about the sites that you're digging here as opposed to what we would say a general dinosaur dig somewhere?
Well, there are dinosaurs
Breonna
found all over the
Taylor,
world,
yeah.
but this
He served
particular
nothing.
site is unique in that it's probably one of the largest collections of bones in the world. And there are the remains of between.
Dude, that's fucked up. Okay. We're not going to include military because military is a completely different fucking thing. And I could do a whole fucking episode on the military itself. But police are the only job in the United States where you can get a paid vacation for killing somebody. If a doctor kills somebody trying to save their life, they don't keep getting paid. They get a fucking malpractice suit and they get scrutinized until they show that they were not in the wrong. So a doctor accidentally killing a patient trying to save their life goes under more scrutiny than a police officer who shoots a woman 8 times in her fucking sleep.
Between 5 and 10,000 animals, each 20 to 40 feet long, in this deposit. These are big animals, and there are a lot of them.
Mm-hmm. Let's step back for just a second. Okay, so we had a duck-billed dinosaur roaming around the earth, and all of a sudden it dies. Would it become a fossil?
Fossilization requires very special circumstances. Normally, we know, for example, if a...
Hold on. Also, people being like, but they did bad things too is not a defense. It's legit the cop playing the judge, jury, and execution. Dude, it's beyond that. It is innocent people. It is people without criminal records. What about the dude? The social worker? Completely, okay, I don't want to say, I can't assert that he had a completely clean record, but his record was clean enough that he could be a social worker working directly with autistic patients. And his patient was playing with a fucking truck, a toy truck. The social worker is lying on the ground begging the police not to shoot his autistic patient. And the police shot him while he had his hands on the back of his head, begging the police not to shoot his autistic patient. That is not a "but they did bad things too" argument. That is just the cops being flat out fucking racist and not paying attention. Eric Garner. I'll look that up right quick. Let's just see if I'm talking about the same person. Let's go to videos. I'm not going to pull up the video. No, this isn't the same one. I'm going to pull up the video. Fuck it.
CBS News has learned that Attorney General William Barr made the ultimate call to not bring federal charges today.
In Staten Island. The arrest was captured by a cell phone camera. Within seconds, Officer Daniel Pantaleo had wrapped his arms around Garner's neck.
Look at this shit! He just said, "Don't touch me." He wasn't resisting.
Times are among the last words he spoke before his death. Today, federal prosecutors said the videotape...
I'm not watching. I can't watch that anymore. I watch that shit way too much. I want to concentrate on this now. No, that's not the same story that I'm talking about. But yeah, this is innocent people being murdered because they don't want to subject to being harassed. These are people who know their rights and get killed for knowing their rights.
If a coyote dies out in the desert, his body is soon gone. Yet these bones are all perfectly preserved. They have never been subjected to weather. They are just all there. Today it would be very difficult to imagine how you could do that.
To some extent, we would really say that to find a fossil is rare. Even though we have many, many fossils, in terms of things that die, it's rare if they become fossilized.
It is rare. It requires...
Dude, that's just setting somebody up. When you tell somebody to drop the gun, and they had it probably on their person, so they went to go reach on their person to pull the gun out, and then you shoot them for following instructions? No. Fuck that. You were wrong for telling somebody to do the wrong thing. If somebody has a weapon on their person, you tell them to keep their hands keep their fingers interlaced on their head. You have one officer pointing the gun at their fucking skull or center mass. Right. Dude, I know. Black Lives Matter's been going on for years. I'm working more now because I didn't care before. I didn't think about it before. It didn't affect me. It still doesn't affect me. But now, I have a better sense of responsibility for the things that don't affect me. Because I don't want them to come after me later because they were able to get away with doing it to everybody else. Because we are coming under a place where Alabama, or it was either Alabama or Arkansas, it was one of those cousin-loving states that started with an A, was creating a religious police. Hour and 44 minutes, and I'm pausing throughout it. Dude, like I said, I'll get to Warface, but this was what I started streaming on YouTube. This was what I started doing on YouTube. I like playing video games, and I like talking about things while I'm playing video games. This is something I got requested to look up, so I wanted to do a react video on it.
Special circumstances.
But yeah, it's
not the least of which is rapid.
An hour and 44 minutes, and we're 52 minutes into it.
And then their carcasses had to have time to rot. So we're talking days or weeks or months, during which time the bones and tissues were either eaten away or rotted away. And then the bones that remained were deposited instantaneously in this environment, because They're in a graded bed with big bones at the bottom and little bones at the top. And you can see that here. The big bones are all down at the bottom. And when they start digging up here, they start to find smaller bones. So that condition requires a sorting process that can only take place during a catastrophic emplacement.
So when we look at the dinosaur fossils,
So these are all things that can happen through a volcano or through a mass extinction asteroid, because it's not always going to be hot enough to melt bone. Sometimes it's going to be hot enough to char the skin and organs, but it won't be catastrophic enough to drop bones. And then all of a sudden, what you get is a massive deposit of sediment from the explosion.
then looking at them from the standpoint of we have early dinosaurs, then middle dinosaurs, and later dinosaurs, you're looking at from the perspective that all those dinosaurs were in existence. They were all living, and then there was this huge catastrophe that brought them to an end.
The dinosaurs are already dinosaurs when they first appear. They look just like anyone would think a dinosaur looked. And this is an enigma for those who believe in the evolution of the dinosaurs.
But we hear a lot about transitional forms. What's the real story there?
Scientists have been able to lay out some forms they think are transitional. And some of them are very interesting, some even challenging.
Yes, suffocation.
But they are the exceptions to the rule. The rule is there are no transitional fossils. And what we find in the...
There are transitional fossils, but there aren't a lot of them. There are exceptions to the rule that there's no transitional fossils. But it's rare to find fossils. And fossils have to come from specific events. So if we don't see transitional fossils other than times of cataclysm, then massive extinctions would have everything set out the way that it is. And then the animals that arise from the cataclysm will have their own transitional species that will probably not produce fossils.
The fossil record, and contra to Darwin's hopes, this is the rule, is that a form exists in the fossil record, it basically stays unchanged, and it disappears from the fossil record without having been changed. That's got to mean something besides evolution, because we don't ever...
Well, alligators and crocodiles are dinosaurs. Turtles and tortoises are dinosaurs. And there's speculation of something called Mukula Mbembe in the Congo. It's an Alapasaurus. But, yeah, chickens are... Well, chickens shared a common ancestor with dinosaurs. They are not dinosaurs. They are a different species. But they are genetically linked to dinosaurs. But there is speculation of an Alapasaurus in the Congo, known as Mukula Mbembe.
See changes from this form into this form in the rocks themselves. So it's coming from somewhere else. It's a paradigm that's being imposed on the data rather than the data providing the paradigm. Mm-hmm. So I think it's very easy for me to be a creationist just based on my understanding of the complexity of life forms. And when we look at the fossil record, we can see that complexity is all there from the beginning. And this.
Okay, when he's talking about, like, we see animals are the same through different periods, these are not necessarily through cataclysm. And once a species is fit for its environment, there is no longer need for it to change. When a species enters a new environment, then genetic modifications that alter what the species does and is, those genetic modifications that are congruent to survival go on, and the ones that aren't congruent to survival die off. several transitional species are not congruent to their own environment. So when you have a transitional species that's not congruent to its environment, it fucking dies before it ever becomes a transitional species. I know I said that completely wrong. I'll try to rephrase it here shortly. When something alters the path through modification, through solar radiation, through some kind of radiation that changes DNA, that organism changes slightly. If that change is congruent to the environment, it becomes a dominant trait. Not dominant as in dominant versus recessive genes, but it becomes a trait that continues on through the species because that member of the species lives on. That species is the new framework for what the species will become in the new environment. It is not one thing changing into another. It is a slow, gradual process that requires a lot of organisms to die before the 1 in 1,000 has a genetic modification that is congruent to its environment. And so if there aren't very many fossils anyway, then you wouldn't expect to see very many fossils of transitional species since they are evolving into a new environment.
This begs the question of where did all this complexity come from? It's one thing to have faith. I have faith that God was the creator, but that's substantiated by what I see around me. To say I have faith that evolution produced this when I can't even see how it could have happened, that's blind faith.
I just fucking explained it. I don't have a doctorate. So,
It seemed
how
that
fucking
everywhere I
stupid are
looked,
you?
there was a growing body of evidence that fit the historical record of Genesis. It wasn't just one thing, it was many things pointing in the same direction. When I was with Art, he told me about some recent discoveries of material inside dinosaur bones. So I traveled to a lab in Arizona to talk to a scientist who is doing some of that research himself.
A young Earth microbiologist.
This is a fragment of a Triceratops.
Holy
horn.
shit.
When we pulled it out of the ground, it fragmented, and then, of course, we've had to continue to fragment it in order to do analysis of it. In 2012, the Creation Research Society sponsored Mark Armitage and I to go to the Hell Creek Formation in Montana, which is a very popular place for finding dinosaur bones, and we instead dug out a almost 4-foot-long Triceratops brow horn. Now, it's just in crumbled pieces now, so we can't really, put it together and show you a horn. But yeah, you have to recognize that pieces such as this, we have found tissue with cells.
Oh, that's amazing.
And potentially proteins such as collagen. It's so difficult to understand how you could have this material still in a dinosaur fossil that is supposed to be 65.
That's because he edited it. Yeah, he's trying to prove his point. So he's only going to talk to the people who agree with him. He's not going to talk to the multitudes of people that say, no, that's not how it fucking works. He's going to talk to the guy that finished fucking 50th out of 51st in his class and barely made microbiologist. That is, I'm guessing most of these people are outcasts in their scientific community because I offer explanations as a fucking layman that are plausible, that have evidence backing them up. So, if I'm offering these kinds of arguments, what kind of arguments are actual fucking professionals offering? I mean, think of me as a dumbass. Yeah. Think about me as a dumbass. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about in these fields. But I know enough that I can offer alternative explanations for all of this. And asteroids and volcanoes explain everything that they're trying to explain through a global flood. And as we saw in that one fossil record, the injuries were not congruent with a flood. The injuries were congruent with forceful impact.
75, 80 million years of age, because tissue, cells, proteins break down. They're not concrete. They don't just exist for eons of time. They break down. And in fact, they tend to break down fairly quickly depending upon the conditions. And certainly in Hell Creek, the conditions would be warm up, cool down, warm up, cool down. And any biochemist can tell you that is the fastest way to destroy material. It's difficult enough to envision it surviving for 4,000 or 5,000 years, but 60 million years, 70 million years, see, that really becomes very difficult to make any kind of biochemical basis for how it could have survived.
Okay, so
okay, now this right here, at the very beginning of the video, I was talking about anecdotal evidence. He's using one fossil that maintained, what up, creator? He's using one fossil that contained proteins, that contained, oh fuck, I can't think of the word he said right now, collagen. He's using that one out of all the others that don't have any collagen or proteins or anything like that. Now, the likelihood of a fossil having collagen and proteins is extremely rare. But anything with a likelihood above 0 is possible. And yeah, if that's the only one that has it, then you can't use it as a generalized basis.
Once you find a sample like this, what do you do next?
So what we do is we soak the fossil material in a solution called EDTA. And what you'll have after you dissolve the fossil is the tissue will be remaining because the EDTA won't dissolve the tissue. So then I'll bring this over to what we call a dissection microscope. This is, in essence, dissolved Triceratops horn magnified. And so you can see what it looks like, just kind of little pieces of rock.
Well, Kevin, what did you find then?
This is a genuine Triceratops bone.
Some tissue.
Okay, here's what we found. This is actually Triceratops tissue. It's stretchable. It's pliable.
Right,
it's not
exactly.
an impression of the soft parts of the dinosaur. This is truly soft. It is squishy. It is stretchable. It is tissue.
That blows your mind, huh?
Absolutely. And if you...
Yeah, the thing is, he's trying to say that the chance is nearly impossible. Being here is also nearly impossible. Your family line getting laid before they die is extremely small. Dude, the chances of life are extremely small. I got told that I need to watch this video, Is Genesis History? Because it will enlighten me to young Earth creationism. And it'll teach me why young Earth creationism is true. And I'm basically debunking PhDs left and right.
If you look at them then at a closer magnification, what we see then, this is using scanning electron microscopy, you see the extreme detail of the cells. See in that picture and this picture, and particularly like look at this picture, we would not begin to expect to see such enormous and elaborate detail. I mean, these structures are incredibly small. You know, this is our 20 micron bar here.
Now, I can't remember. Did he tell you? Because he said that the place that they dug, the weather goes hot to cold, hot to cold. Did he mention how deep the ground was where he recovered this fossil? Because the deeper the ground is, the more consistent the temperature is. So if they dug deep down, then they are going to find more consistent fossil records than they would if they dug shallow.
See how small these structures are, still intact. It would take very little to break those. So at best you would expect that all that would have broken off and been long gone.
So that has to have shaken up the scientific community. What's been the response of all of this?
The initial response, when Dr. Schweitzer first published her work, which is what became very popularized in 2005, it generated a lot of response. And so initially some of the reaction was rejection. Oh, it's contamination. You know, that's not really dinosaur. It's bacteria, because bacteria can look kind of strange sometimes. So you had a lot of proposals of what it could be. And to her credit, Dr. Schweitzer did more work. They began to find protein. You break open some of these cells. You look at the matrix these cells are attached to, and they're protein.
Well, he is a microbiologist and he's studying it, so...
Yes.
Then what happens? Now this is shaking it up, I guess.
That becomes part of the controversy.
So I don't disagree with him having this, but we also saw Tyrannosaurus soft cell tissue, so he's not the only one that has this. It's extremely rare, but there are multiple instances of it.
Because clearly, you're now faced with how could you explain the survival of this, the pristine survival of this, not only for so long, but in very unpristine conditions. And so then the controversy has been, how do you explain it? And if you read some of the literature, there's almost like desperation because they recognized what the implications of this could be. Now, some people would claim, well, it means nothing because we know how old they are, and therefore it just means it survived somehow, big deal. But how do you know how old they are? Well, you use methods, supposed methods of dating. Well, this is a method of dating. The tissue itself can't be discounted as part of a method of dating. So why do you say that doesn't?
Yes, it can. Yes. You can discredit living or not. Yeah. Exactly. How can you explain it? That is an argument from ignorance coming from a professional. That is the appeal to ignorance. And just because something survived, you need to date it to find out how old it is. To find out how long it has survived. That's all there is to it. You can't say it can't be older than this because it survived. Because that's not an argument. You need to prove that things can't survive that long before you use it as evidence that something can't survive that long.
Doesn't count, but this does count. Well, it's all the paradigm drives your conclusions. The paradigm is it has to be old. Therefore, methods that give us an old fossil are what we choose. Something that doesn't give us an old fossil, like tissue, we have to reject or explain away.
At least to me, and of course I'm not a microbiologist, but I think most people would say, well, that just seems reasonable to think that maybe these are not that old.
Clearly, this is in violation of the dating process. It challenges the entire dating process. If the fossils of dinosaurs have been dated incorrectly, which I would say this is clear evidence they have, then it's very likely the fossils of any organism have been dated incorrectly, and therefore then the geologic ages themselves are incorrect.
What you're saying is...
Well, when you have 3 methods of dating something that point to millions of years, you don't get to just say thousands of years because a couple of samples managed to survive.
That if you pull out the notion of a long period of time, you're pulling out a major foundation for the conventional paradigm.
Absolutely. In fact, time is the critical component for evolution. If you're going to say that a simple cellular system became a multicellular system that then became fish, and the fish then jumped up on land and grew legs and started breathing air, and then that creature grew feathers and wings and started flying. So if you give us time, we'll claim to account for all of this massive change of organisms, but we got to have the time.
Everything seemed to come back to the question of time. I remembered Andrew saying that Charles Darwin accepted millions of years first, then fit his theory of evolution to that assumption. But why is time such an important element to evolution? Rob Carter is a marine biologist, so he took me scuba diving to get a glimpse of a world most people don't see. His specialty was coral, and he knew a lot about the incredible creatures that inhabit the reefs around St. Thomas.
Oh man, we got the sharks here. I mean, just look how they move, and it's almost like effortlessly glide along. I wish I could swim like that.
Engineers wish we could make boats like that.
Yeah.
Submarines that can move as efficiently as a shark. We can't quite do it.
So, from your perspective as a marine biologist, and I know that you've studied the whole area of genetics a lot.
Yes.
When people talk about evolution, what is it?
How do you define evolution? The word means change over time. But I believe in change over time, but I'm not an evolutionist. So how does one figure this out? Really, evolution is a belief that enough change over time, over enough time, can lead to the common ancestry of all species on Earth.
All right.
So that's the part I reject. Of course species change. I mean, look at these sharks here. We have several different species of sharks. When God...
Also, if you look at the animals and how long they can live, almost all of the animals who are close to the dinosaurs are the ones who live the longest. Yeah, the fucking 150-year-old turtles and shit.
Created, he put into those organisms the ability to change, to adapt, to respond dynamically to the environment. But they're still sharks. And when we look at the fossil record, they're still sharks.
That is not the same
People have heard the phrase,
shark.
the missing link. And they usually think of between man and monkeys. No, there's missing links between almost every major group of animal and almost every other major group of animal and plant, even bacteria, throughout the entire fossil record, which indicates very strongly that these are actually different creations.
So we don't get one kind becoming another?
No, we have found transitional species. We know transitional species exist. But like the surviving Triceratops bone, it's rare. So we can't discredit transitional species under the argument that we can't discredit a couple of soft tissue fossils. What we can say is, how deep did you dig when you found those soft tissue fossils? How well were they preserved based on the depth you dug?
Another kind.
No. Evolutionary theory requires that small, random changes can explain everything we see. But it can't.
And why can't it?
Because life is so complex that small changes can't explain it. Just like you can't take a computer operating system and look at it and say, oh yeah, this is built up one digit at a time over any length of time. No, it took an intelligent person to sit down and put it together.
Well, I can guarantee you, as one who was in that world, that if anyone in the area of computer science were to say, if we just randomly change some things in this operating system, it'll get better. I mean, no one would agree with that.
No, we're not going to get the
I'm not saying that. I study animal caretaker and need to learn scientific names for many animals, and those names says exactly where the links lie. Yes. And nobody is saying that if you take one computer and make random changes to it, you're going to get a better computer. If you take 1 million computers and make different random changes, a few of those computers are going to operate better, and a lot of those computers are going to go BSOD as soon as you turn the motherfuckers on. Right, exactly, but that is a subspecies that's still able to procreate with the species before it. Instead of polar bears and grizzly bears, I prefer the London subway mosquitoes. The mosquitoes on the surface found their way into the London subway system. And eventually, that mosquito changed enough to a point that it is no longer able to procreate with these surface-dwelling mosquitoes. And that is since the subway system has been developed. So yes, small changes over a short amount of time can create a transitional species. We have seen evidence of it since the Industrial Revolution, that small changes over time can produce a different species.
Shark to evolve into a bird. That the number of changes and the types of changes are not something that you can do one change at a time.
It's 1 million changes at a time, and a couple of them are successful.
It looks spiny.
Yeah, it's pointy. You gotta be careful.
Am I gonna get stuck if I touch it?
No. He's pointy, but...
Oh my goodness, they're moving.
Yes, they're moving. And in between the spines are little tube feet, especially on the bottom. Oh, look at that movement. So he walks with his spines, but he's little tube feet in here, and that's what he uses to grab onto things. But looking carefully, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are actually 10 radial parts to this animal.
Huh.
Actually, the starfish is his cousin.
Are you serious? You can't be serious.
Absolutely. The starfish here is also an echinoderm, but notice he has 5-fold symmetry instead of 10.
Yeah.
This starfish does. On the bottom, look. We see the spines.
I didn't know
we see
about
the
that.
Feet.
And
His
yeah,
mouth is in the center
that's
there.
a huge evolutionary shift.
So there is some similarity here, even though externally
for a
it's
new environment.
A lot different. Actually, you want to see something that's a lot
transitional
different,
species,
which is a cousin to the starfish and the sea urchin.
All right. It almost looks like a rock.
Yes. I gotta be careful. He's squirting on me. This is a sea cucumber.
Oh, big.
He has spines. He has tube feet.
Oh my goodness.
You would never know it until you studied really hard that this also is an echinoderm. He's not very happy being out of the water, so let me put him back in.
Yeah, so these are all related, even though they look very, very different.
Related in their creation. Not in an evolutionary sense, but our creator took this phylum of life, the echinoderms.
or they had a single species that was related to all three of those, and those species moved and changed their environments and had to adapt to new environments. Not adapt, evolve to new environments, using descent with modification, and using 1 million of them, and a few of them having traits that were more congruent to their situation. And the traits that were more congruent to the situation were the ones that got passed on. That's exactly how evolution works, is you have multiple species occurring from one species, that the environment changes, so the species has to change.
And created this and this and this on a similar pattern. And that's what we see across the entire realm of life, similarities and differences.
So what makes them different?
Well, genetically, they share most of their genes in common. But there are developmental genes, they're called Hox genes, that set up these patterns in the animal as it develops. They develop from a single cell. In one of them, they set up a 5-fold symmetry. Another, they set up a 10-fold symmetry. Another one, they make this long, skinny animal They control the development of the embryo in these amazing ways.
So what you're saying, when we look at this from a molecular or genetic perspective, what we're finding is really a fascinating design in all of that.
Absolutely.
But what we've heard in the conventional paradigm, the conventional story tells us that it's those random changes that has brought about all of this.
Sure. Back in the 1800s, when life was simple, when they didn't know what was happening inside the cell, they didn't know how complex genetics was, you could imagine all sorts of things. But now that we know what actually happens behind the scenes, the story gets a lot more complicated. You see, I like to say the genome is four-dimensional. Well, we have a one-dimensional string called DNA. And if you want to draw that out, you'd have to write all the letters of...
We have a one-dimensional string called DNA. As far as I'm seeing, it is three-dimensional because it has height, width, and depth. So, this son of a bitch does not have an understanding of basic math, and he's trying to explain how time works.
Of DNA out on all 3 billion of them, and then you have to draw lines or arrows from one part to another part because this part turns this part off, this part interferes with this part enhances this. It's this huge two-dimensional interaction network. And that's why you have a two-dimensional genome.
I mean, let me stop you for a second because this is really amazing to think about this because I think in terms of...
That's not what a dimension is. A dimension is a direction of movement. So he's using the word dimension fallaciously to try to make himself sound smarter, except to anybody who knows what the fuck he doesn't know he's talking about. If you're an even-toed ungulate and want to eat leaves, boom, long-ass neck and you have a giraffe. If you're an even-toed ungulate and you want to outrun lions, boom. You're an antelope. A gazelle. Fuck it. Or... No, not a gazelle, but... Yeah, that's basically the ones that have quick legs are the ones that evolve to outrun lions. The ones that develop longer necks have a higher food source. So yeah, that's exactly how it works.
Of a computer program that is fairly static. I mean, the instructions are there, but you're talking about a program that is reprogramming itself. It's modifying its own instructions.
Oh, wait till I get to the fourth dimension.
Oh, okay.
Because of the third dimension first. The information in that first dimension, that linear string, has to be organized in such a way that when it falls into the third dimension, it still works.
Oh, that's amazing.
Genes that are used together are next to each other in 3D space.
Are you saying that once this thing gets folded up, it's almost like we have a new set of instructions?
Yes, a new level of information.
Unbelievable.
That whoever programmed that first level needed to understand what was going to happen, have it work in the third level.
But you said there's another dimension.
Oh, yeah. The fourth dimension is time.
And how does that work?
The genome changes shape over time. Maybe you eat something that's bad for you, and your liver says, I can get rid of that toxin. Now, the chromosomes in the liver will change shape, expose that new protein gene, make copies of it, build a brand new protein that can kill off that toxin, and when it's not needed anymore, they'll change shape again and fold back.
Oh, my goodness.
Dynamic programming. All 3 levels change in the 4th level, time.
Rob, that's so far beyond anything that we know, even in our most complex software systems, that it's almost beyond imagination to think that someone would look at that.
So wait, no. It changes over time as according to the need. And we don't have that in our computer programs. That's what he's saying. So, let's Google something. Let's Google something fucking weird. Let's Google something lengthy. Oh, cool. I love Vsauce. Yeah. I didn't remember that exactly. I didn't hear about humans started because there weren't enough trees in Africa and it was too hot. I didn't hear about that, but it does seem plausible. Let's just Google how many asteroids can you fit in your pocket? So, how many Asians in the world? How many astronauts are in the world? How many asteroids are there? How many asteroids cross the Earth's orbit? How many asteroids cause tsunamis? How many asteroids can destroy Earth? That didn't make any sense. How many asteroids can you spell? How many asteroids can you tell? The cognitive trade-off hypothesis. Awesome. Then the autocorrect failed. How many asteroids can you fit in your solar system? How many asteroids can you fit in your house? How many asteroids can you fit in your phone? How many asteroids can you fit in your pocket? So it changes over time based on what it needs to do. Huh. It seems like the computer programmer just said that computers can't do the exact same thing that I just did with a fucking computer. The computer guy, the guy writing this, said he worked with computers. And I just did something with computers that he said you can't do with computers. I have debunked every fucking expert that he brought on here.
That and say it all happened by chance.
Yes, and it only brings glory to God.
It does.
You can't build something like that up one thing at a time. You need it to function. In all its interlocking four-dimensional complexity, it's not something you can do one letter at a time with natural selection.
Mm-hmm. It all has to be there.
Yeah, in the same way when we talked about the environment out here on the coral reef, if you don't have all these interlocking pieces of that puzzle, you don't have that ecology. The system will come crashing down if you just remove a couple of very important factors that are there. They have to be together or it doesn't happen.
So not only did we have this interdependency, this mutualism, so to speak, down at the genetic level, now we even make it more complex by saying there is that same mutualism at the higher level as well.
Yes. In fact, the entire world has a mutualism.
It's impossible to think that all of this could have happened just by a series of slow processes over billions of years.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Right, I saw that too.
It's clear that the world we live in is incredibly interdependent. From the smallest biological system
computers
to the
learn how to
largest
talk to
ecosystem.
each other in code.
There are complex
and they learn
mutual
their own
relationships
language
everywhere.
and communicate with
I
each
realize
other.
that creation in 6 days makes the most sense from an engineering perspective. You need everything working together at the same time for everything to function.
Yeah,
properly.
they weren't supposed to be able to talk to
And
each
that's
other.
exactly
and
how
they learned how to
Genesis
do it
says
and
God
learned how to
created
create a code that humans couldn't
Rob
understand.
also said God created animals with the ability to change and adapt to their environments. Is it possible this ability to change has been mistaken for evolution? As Todd Wood and I walked through the zoo, we saw incredible beauty and amazing design wherever we looked. I noticed the great diversity between some animals, as well as a remarkable similarity of others.
As a biologist, what do you see when you see all of these creatures?
Yeah, when I look at this, look at these lions specifically, I'm seeing cats.
Exactly.
So, and all the other cats they have here at the zoo, they all have this underlying catness to them that's really apparent. It's really apparent when they start playing, right? You're seeing them playing with some sort of ball or something, and they...
Right, and if it only started out with a few organisms, then the ecosystem would have only needed to be simple to be able to house those organisms. As the organisms became more complex, the ecosystem was able to become more complex. Not the other way around. Not you create a complex ecosystem, and from there you get complex life through a genie in a bottle.
Look,
they're just like a cat.
They look like a cat. You know, scientists would put that into a family called Felidae. And I would understand the felids to be representatives of a single created kind. So the continuity, the similarity there is so significant that I'd say, yeah, these guys have all descended from a single pair of critters that was on the ark, and that eventually generated all the different sorts of cats that we have today.
So rather than just a random accident, it appears as if all of these different species are coming from a really elaborate design.
Oh, absolutely. And
so this is, again, appealing to evolution for the sake of creationism. There were only 2 cats, and from there, all cats, tigers, lions, domestic house cats showed up. But if that were the case, we would not have had lions in the Colosseum, because there wouldn't have been enough time. So there isn't enough time for young Earth evolution.
it's not just a design like God, you know, designed and created the lion. It's God created something that could make a lion. So it's more like, you know, a multi-tool or a Swiss Army knife where you got all these pieces that you can just pop out whenever you need them, but it's all just one thing.
So give me some other examples of...
And I'm going to go with the fucking creationist argument. Why have we never seen a cat give birth to a lion? Why have we never seen a lion give birth to a house cat? Why have we never seen a fucking leopard give birth to a tiger? Why do we not see that today if that's the way things work according to this asshat?
Created kinds.
Yeah, so you've got the grizzlies and the polar bear. Those are all members of the bear kind. You've got ducks, swans, and geese. The thing about the dog kind is really interesting. So you take just this wolf-like creature, and we can breed in only a few hundred years many different breeds.
Well, Todd, that's kind of fascinating now to think about what God was doing when he was bringing 2 of every kind. What do you think was going on there?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he doesn't have to bring every little variety onto the ark. So when you actually do the calculations, and okay, so we don't know exactly how many created kinds there were on the ark, but maybe a couple thousand, and they're small. Most animals are quite small, so you have room to spare, literally room to spare. And all of that diversity that we have today is built into those 2 of every kind.
Right. No. It gets better than that. It gets even better than that. He said that if God created that animal to go on the ark, you could have just put 2 mammals on it. He can instantly change it. In the 4th day, he said, let there be animals. Why the fuck did he just not... Why did he just not fucking eradicate everything and start over again? If he knew he fucked up. Wait. The all-knowing God knew he fucked up. If he fucked up, how was he all-knowing to begin with? If he was imperfect and made imperfect creatures, why did he have to fucking why did he make imperfect creatures that he just knew he'd have to get rid of?
Well, Todd, we're looking at the zebras, and they're all unique, and yet all of these creatures are just so much complexity and diversity. How does the standard story, the conventional paradigm, explain all of that?
Well, they would use evolution, right? So millions of years, random variations, all things that are alive now, that cactus, that zebra.
Why not just undo it and try over again, make another Adam and Eve?
To a common ancestor that lived billions of years ago. And through the process of mutation and genetic variation and natural selection, that's where we get the stuff that we have today.
So, natural selection, what is it? Does it have the kind of creative potential that we need for all of this?
Natural selection is basically all about killing off things that aren't fit for the environment. So if you're a finch in the Galapagos and you have
maybe
a really
that's where the
tiny
Rune
beak
Cities came from.
and the only food available to you is really big, hard seeds, you're going to die. And that's exactly what we observe. And so we can watch over the generations as the beak size and finches change in the Galapagos. But they're still finches. They're still birds. The notion that natural selection can generate all of the diversity we see, that's not been demonstrated. What we find most often with natural selection is that natural selection does a lot of fine-tuning. So right over here, we've got these oryxes, right? Beautiful creatures and very, very pale colors. The wild range of the oryx is right on the southern end of the Sahara Desert. And so you can see, yeah, their coloration makes sense. If you get a really dark colored one, that's going to be really easy for predators to find. And so they end up being these really beautiful light colors. And that's an example of where selection would take a variation and turn it into an adaptation.
And that brings us back to the notion that a really exquisite design in the beginning
I think so. Absolutely.
Has provided these creatures with the ability to survive and to change for their benefit.
Absolutely. So the ability to be able to change your...
So 6,000 years is enough time to turn a cat, a house cat, into a tiger. But 2 billion years isn't enough time to turn bacteria into human. Cats can't procreate with lions. It just doesn't work. They are different species. If things change species over time, then 2 billion years is enough time. If 6,000 years is enough time to turn a cat into a fucking tiger, then 2 billion years is enough time to turn bacteria into humans. And 6,000 years isn't enough time to turn a cat into a tiger. That's just not how descent with modification and natural selection work. But 2 billion years is still enough time to get from the Cambrian explosion to humankind.
Coloration like that, to be able to fit an environment, that's got to be built into the system before it starts. Now, don't get me wrong, I mean, natural selection and random variation can do amazing things. I mean, it's pretty astonishing the kinds of changes that we can see, but we don't see one kind changing into another. All we see are variations that happen within a created kind. So there's a Felid tree, which has all the cats on it. There's the Canid tree, which has all the dogs on it. There's the Ursid tree, which has all the bears on it. There's the Equid tree with all the horses on it. Each individual created kind, then, has its own individual tree, so that you end up with something like an orchard or a forest.
As a scientist, it seems what you're saying is that the Genesis paradigm answers all of this data better.
Ultimately, I think it does, because it embraces both similarity and difference. Now, as we've already said, there's lots of questions that are still out there. But I'm pretty confident, given what our paradigm can explain, I'm very confident that those answers are going to be found.
After we left the zebras, we made our way to the gorillas. Todd wanted to talk about the question of human evolution.
Todd, we see it all the time, a new discovery, new skulls, new skeletons that supposedly solidify this whole link.
Yeah.
What do you see there?
Absolutely. Well, I got some right here in my bag.
Ooh, a skull.
So this guy is a Neanderthal, very, very low forehead. So we have really tall foreheads. The face, the mid face has been pulled out. But at the same time, well, it looks very human. So that's Neanderthal.
Okay.
You want to hold that one for me?
Yeah.
Okay. We have others that are very different.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
They'd never
Now,
be
this
close
one
enough to mate.
is Australopithecus africanus. So you can see really no forehead at all. It just slopes right back. Very, very small brain case. Muzzle sticks way out, so the face is sloped forward. What do you do with this stuff? I mean, there's many more that we could show, many more pictures, many more skulls, and you can see looking at them together, they're really, there's a lot of difference there.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. So all that created kind stuff that we already talked about, I can show again and again and again with multiple studies that I can find a discontinuity between humans and non-humans. So this thing lands on the human side. This Neanderthal here, it's one of us. This thing is not. It is different. But this would be just another one of those varieties of living things that God made in the beginning and that survived the flood aboard the ark.
So when we look at...
Look at the shape of these skull, not the skulls. Well, I guess it is still a skull. But look at that shape right there to this shape right here. The eyes are the exact same. The nose is slightly different. Right, but when you mix them, they are most often sterile. But if you're saying that this is the same as this, I hope that he pulls up a gorilla skull, because a gorilla skull is significantly more different from this skull than this skull is.
Neanderthal man, we're looking at a human, but it's a human that, just like we find in dogs, we have a lot of variety of dogs.
We got a lot of variety of people. So even looking back here at the gorilla, we can see the obvious differences between us and him, not the least of which is that he's in there and we can go home when we're done.
And so those differences are really huge, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. The image of God entails this idea of being God's representative here on this earth. Part of that, then, is
I'm going to hold off because I don't think he's going to do it.
Spiritual quality that we have, that we don't share with animals like that.
It's obvious we're different from the rest of creation because we're made in God's image. We're the only ones to create zoos.
Okay, so he shows you a skull of Neanderthal. He shows you a skull of Australopithecus. He does not show you a gorilla skull, and gorillas are less related to us than chimpanzees. So if he wanted to present an honest argument, he would have presented us with a chimpanzee skull. Right, gorillas evolved for their situation, and their situation did not depend on intellect as much as ours did. You go from Australopithecus to Neanderthal, you can see that intelligence was a driving factor in our evolution. You can see that in the skull. We didn't have to gnaw. We lost the necessity to have to gnaw things because we developed tools that could gnaw for us. So we didn't need that huge fucking grill. But if he wanted to present an honest argument, he would have compared the Australopithecus skull with a chimpanzee skull since it is shown that we are more related to the chimpanzee than we are the gorilla. We are more the same size of a chimpanzee than we are a gorilla. And the chimpanzees that you see on TV are babies. An adult chimpanzee will fuck your shit up. Flat out. And they stand toe to toe with you. Let's look it up just to make sure I'm being right here. How tall is a full-grown chimpanzee? 3.8 feet. So yeah, they don't stand toe to toe with us. I was wrong about that. Right. We develop slower, but we develop more. 1 to 1.3 to... Oh! Look! Individuals vary considerably in size and appearance, but chimpanzees stand approximately 1 to 1.7 meters, 3 to 5.5 feet tall when erect, and weigh about 32 to 60, 70 to 130 pounds. Males tend to be larger and more robust than females. Oh, it's a bonobo. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. 3 to 5.5 feet tall. I am 5'8". So, a chimpanzee at its tallest is about 2 inches shorter than I am, and weighing 70 to 130 pounds. So, a chimpanzee is about 2 inches shorter than me, and right about the same weight. And when you compare a gorilla to humans, instead of a chimpanzee to humans, it is especially from a biologist, it is a blatantly deceptive argument once again.
So we can see the beauty of God's animals, and we're unique in tracking time and wanting to know our own history. But where does our concept of time come from?
Holy shit! Are you reading this shit that I'm reading right now? An astronomer who is a young Earth creationist. An astronomer that's a young Earth creationist. No! Do not let this fucking happen to me. My faith in humanity is fucking gone.
It was a beautiful night. Danny took me far outside the city and kept me up very late in order to show me something I will never forget.
Oh my goodness, now you're gonna make me buy a telescope.
But you know, we have some purposes given for the stars in Genesis 1:14 to 19. That's the day 4 creation account. It mentions the stars and other heavenly bodies to mark time, to rule over the night, to be for signs, seasons, festivals, and so forth. People have been using the stars for marking passage of time. The patterns repeat every night. They repeat every year. They come back in their season. There's a lot of regularity going on here.
What about the design of the sun and the moon?
Well, there are a couple of things I can talk about. On rare occasions, the moon passes between us and the sun. Doesn't happen very often. And when that happens, the moon just barely covers the sun up. If the moon were a little smaller or a little farther away, it wouldn't do it at all. If it were larger or closer to us, it would be grossly over-totaled. And so these eclipses are spectacular and rare, and this is the only planet on which it matters, and it's the only planet which it happens. And you've got to think either just that's the way the world is for no apparent reason, or the world is that way for a purpose and design. And to me, that speaks of creation. Okay, high overhead here we have the Great Square of Pegasus. It's this big rectangle. Now, coming off of Pegasus is a little fuzzy spot right
Thank
there.
you for that.
See that?
Yes.
That's
Whoa.
the Andromeda Galaxy. That is
So wait, so you're looking at the Hominy Wikipedia, and there it splits between hominy, homini, human and chimps, and gorillanini. Yeah, I'm totally fucking up pronunciations. I don't get paid to pronounce things right. I get paid to cook food and play video games. And I should probably learn how to pronounce these things. Yeah, I know it's Latin, but I do have a rough understanding of Latin, but not at a scientific level. But humans and chimps break off, and gorillas break off separately. So in other words, with my fucking 1 semester of college education, I was able to point out how deceptive his fucking argument was. Yeah, these biologists are cherry picking information that biologist is cherry picking information to try to sell you something, not to provide an objective argument.
It is the most distant object that you can see with the naked eye. It's we think a little over 2 million light years away, and it contains a couple 100 billion stars.
Wow.
Okay,
Danny,
dude.
that brings me to
have a great day, Retro. Thank you for joining me. I loved it.
If we have stars that are that far away, millions of light years away, and if the Earth is young, as we believe, then how in the world can the starlight be here?
Yeah, we call this the light travel time problem, and I'll try to phrase it for you a little differently.
Man. See you next time.
We believe that the creation is only thousands of years old, say 6,000 years, 7,000 years, something like that. And I've just pointed out something to you that we think is 2 million light years away from us. I think those distances are reasonably correct, and we creationists need to answer this question.
Okay, he thinks the distances are reasonably correct, that things are millions of light years away. We know from the speed of light how long it takes light to travel in a year. So these things, according to him, had to exist millions of years ago in order for the light to get to us. That's how light years work.
Question, and we've offered several different solutions to that. I'll discuss with you my solution.
Okay. And we've offered several different explanations for that. He's using the exact same shit that the dude with the Triceratops bone said you can't do. Offer multiple they've got explanations and they're trying to explain it away, when that's exactly what this asshat is doing, is saying that there's multiple explanations, and we're going to hear the one that he subscribes to.
On this, several things jump out at me in the creation account. One, there was a lot of process going on, very rapid process, but still process. If you look at the day 3 account, it talks about plants rising up out of the ground. It says, let the earth bring forth these plants, and the earth brought forth. I think if you would have been there, it would have looked like a time-lapse movie. Growth that might take normally decades, taking place in a matter of minutes or hours at the most. Normal growth, abnormally fast. I believe you can...
So, what he's saying is something that we have never experienced before, a rapid growth in plants over the course of minutes or hours, explains light traveling faster than light.
Can interpret one day of creation in terms of another day. So I turn to the day 4 account. Not much information is given there, but I think God also rapidly made the stars and other astronomical bodies And then, in order for them to fulfill their function, to be seen, he had to rapidly bring forth that light, just as he brought plants and matured them quickly. He had to bring that light here. I'm suggesting when we actually look at these objects, like the Andromeda Galaxy we saw a few minutes ago, we're looking at light that actually left that object.
Yes.
So I think there's a rapid maturing took place.
Danny, are there some other things that you see that would point?
Well, when you start appealing to magic, that's kind of what you have to stick to in order to have a decent argument.
To a young universe?
I think so. For instance, spiral galaxies. The Andromeda Galaxy we talked about is a spiral galaxy. Our own is. And the inside of the galaxies should spin faster than the outside of the galaxy. So after a few rotations, you ought to wind up or smear out those spiral patterns. They ought to disappear after a few rotations. Now, most astronomers think that spiral galaxies are 10 billion years old. So why do we still see spiral patterns? You shouldn't see those.
Right.
And it's been long recognized as a problem. But also, if we look at the outer planets of the solar system, the gas giants, they all have rings. And we also know that these things are changing. They're wiping out. They've actually documented changes that have taken place within the ring system. You have all these gravitational tugs from the other satellites orbiting around. So these ring systems are fairly young. Doesn't prove the solar system is young, but it proves that these ring systems are young. And that's interesting.
We've mentioned a lot of theories about the spirals and so forth. It brings us to what most people see as the big theory concerning cosmology and the universe, and that's the Big Bang. How do you see that? Is it holding up over time?
I don't think so. I think it's getting some problems. So much so that more than a dozen years ago, I think in the New Scientist magazine, there was an open letter protesting the Big Bang theory, and it's had hundreds of signatories since. And most of the people signing it are atheists. They're not even creationists. So this idea that the Big Bang model is universally accepted is not true. There are many people out there, well-known people, very famous physics.
And like I said, the Big Bang has been, for the most part, replaced by a big expansion. And saying that atheists change their mind because better evidence come along just means that we are not subject to doctrine.
And astronomy people that have real problems with the Big Bang, and I don't see any way that you can reconcile Big Bang with the Bible, though a lot of people seem to think that you can. I think the temptation they have there is to try to interpret Scripture in terms of the current cosmological thinking. That's nothing new. That's happened before, as it turns out, with disastrous results. So I think when you look at the history of science, the way we've discarded theories over time, you've had theories that were supposedly beyond dispute, and then later on discarded. When you see that lesson from history, and then you want to wed Genesis, you want to interpret Genesis in terms of the ruling paradigm, I think you need to be very careful.
I realized Danny was reorienting our perspective. We need to interpret the universe in terms of Genesis,
magic.
not the other way around. And Genesis tells us that God created the sun, moon, and stars to be a magnificent...
He's saying that light travels faster than light when God says so. But if light travels the speed of light, you don't need to put a God character there to explain it. It's just light moves at the speed of light. And what we're seeing is what that star looked like 10 million light years ago.
Clock to track the passage of time. Even the ancients built towers to follow the stars. But what does Genesis say about those people and the languages they spoke? Doug took me to one of the best archaeological museums in the world to show me some of the unique artifacts that relate to Genesis.
Well, the events of the Bible are unfolded in the ancient Near East. So all of these lands are extremely important to understanding how and what took place in the biblical text.
So this picks up these events we've been looking at in Genesis, from creation and the flood, and now we're to the dispersion of mankind out of Noah and his family.
Exactly. And the dispersion would have taken place somewhere in this mountain range to the northwest of Mesopotamia. And what we see in the biblical text in the narrative is that a number of people have migrated down to southern Mesopotamia, the land of Shinar, and moved toward the process of urbanization, city living.
And that's the famous Tower of Babel.
Absolutely.
Do we know where that is?
There are about 7 or 8 Babels, cities of Babel, in the ancient area of Mesopotamia. And so one at a time, I've studied all of those areas and found only one that meets all the criteria of the famous site of the Tower of Babel, and that is the site of Eridu, which is in southeastern Mesopotamia. We have signs of the expansion to the north, to the south, to the east, to the west, all the way as far as Egypt.
And when you say evidence, that is the artifacts that we find in these archaeological digs?
Exactly. There's an enormous amount and very specific kinds of material culture that attest to this expansion of people that I'm connecting to the post-Babel dispersion. Here are the beveled rim bowls, these two, which is that Rimkin brick that we see up there, and those 2 spouted jars. All of these diagnostic forms of pottery and material culture, they're found throughout the Near East. The Bible describes an event that's not just the confusion of language, but it's the dispersing of people far from that city. And because we see language or the written expression of language just pop up out of nowhere, and then different languages being represented through cuneiform script or through hieroglyphic script or other means. So you do not have a universal plan that's followed among all of the languages. You see great diversity in the forms of grammar from language to language, even in ancient languages.
It seems then that the event recorded in Genesis about the Tower of Babel, that's a very, very critical event for archaeology.
It is. So all of this fits perfectly with what we would see as the biblical account of how languages took place. It's really the only way of explaining this. So the integrity of biblical history ultimately is justified.
No. What you have is word of mouth. And what we see in our society is an evolution of language. I will use some redneck terminology to show this. Used to could, ain't, are recognized words, but they are not legitimate words. So, if people spread out using oral language passed down, and then they come back together later, they're not gonna fucking understand each other, even if they started out with a common root language. Because over the course of 10, 12 generations, the language changes significantly. We can see this in Shakespearean writing. We can see this with Old English, Middle English. We see this with Latin going from Portuguese, French, Spanish, English. What we see is evolution of language within our contemporary, within the last 2,000 years, society. So, if language is changing that much over the course of 2,000 years, we add, let's say, 12,000 years for civilization. What we end up with is evidence that language can evolve to where it is now, especially if language was passed on through word of mouth before writing, and we would have had auditory communication before we would have had writing. So when things started getting written down, just for the sake of record keeping, it would have started out with numbers, not words. because those are simple to define. From numbers, we get words. From numbers, we get written words. And so these people started out with word of mouth, and then they had to make a written language to compensate their word of mouth without any access to other civilizations. So you're going to have cuneiform, you're going to have hieroglyphs. Hieroglyphs? No. Fuck. Hieroglyphs, that's it. You would have had these different written languages that could have spawned from one oral language, and when people expand, they develop different variations in oral language. We have evidence of that now, so you have to posit something new and completely throw Occam's razor out the fucking window.
By the expression of these languages.
Now, most of us think today of a tower, the kinds of things we see in big cities, big straight walls. Is that what they were building?
Well, essentially, it's a variation of a pyramid. And there were 4 sides to it and several stairways that would go up to the top. At Eridu, we have a temple that existed in 18 different phases. And in every phase, it grew in its size and its complexity. And that final temple, that final phase of the temple, it was abandoned immediately, right at the time of the late Uruk expansion. Catacornered to the temple was an absolutely enormous platform.
Do you think that could be the foundation of the Tower of Babel?
Absolutely, and I would suggest to you that this late Uruk expansion, where this technology began, was something that spread with the people. We find forms of these ziggurats all around the globe. We find them in China, we find them in India.
Or people had already expanded from Babel, from Mesopotamia. People had already expanded from Mesopotamia. And then some kind of cataclysm, volcano, earthquake, something along those lines, gets rid of the people in Babel. And so the information there is lost. So people hear about the place where they came from, they go back and they don't understand each other. Wow, I didn't even need a fucking science degree, or I didn't even need an archaeology degree for that.
We find them in various parts of the Americas. We find them all over.
Well, obviously we have evidence here of civilization and people beginning to gather together in communities, even cities. Do we have any other evidence of that?
Absolutely. We can move forward to the time of Abraham, because we know that Abraham lived at the site of Ur, which was also in southern Mesopotamia, at the end of the 3rd millennium BC.
That brings us to the end of Genesis chapter 11.
Exactly. In fact, you see some pottery, some cuneiform tablets, all dating to the period of the 3rd dynasty of Ur.
It's amazing just as we're sitting here thinking about that, thinking about Abraham, and that this represents the culture and the civilization that he lived in. It's a great tie to that record in Genesis 4.
It is fascinating, and it gives you a feeling of putting your hands around the events that go on in the biblical text.
When I look back through history, I realized each of these cultures had been impacted by the events recorded in Genesis. But what is the importance of Genesis to us today?
Oh, great. A PhD pastor. Fuck.
George Grant wanted to meet me at a garden near his home. He said it was a good reminder of where our history began.
So there's something significant about the Genesis text in which Adam and Eve are then placed into a garden to tend it. That's more than just a story.
It's much more than just a story. One of the things that you see in Genesis chapter 1 is the structure for time. The universe is created for a 24-hour day. And so everything from the way our sleep cycles and the way our work cycles work all come from...
Excuse me. I have no circadian rhythm. My body will pick to go to sleep at 3 o'clock in the morning 9 o'clock at night, fucking 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know when I'm going to feel tired. So no, we might have a circadian rhythm that functions for the most part, but it is not a perfect design, because if it was, everybody would go to bed at the same time and everybody would wake up at the same time.
From that definitive historical account there. When we get to Genesis chapter 2, we start to see the meaning and purpose of man. Of course, in Genesis chapter 3, we see the disruption of everything by the fall. And the implications of an historical fall, an actual man and an actual woman who actually yielded to actual sin, have then implications all through the rest of the Bible.
And I'm going to retouch on this. They were instructed not to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Therefore, they had no concept of good and evil. Therefore, they had no concept of sin. So they were eternally punished for something they didn't know they were doing wrong.
If you remove a literal Adam and Eve, that changes the whole shape of what history is and how history is remembered.
Is that because when we pull an Adam and Eve out of a historical record, we can then pretty much make up what we think about man and marriage and even sexuality?
Absolutely. The Apostle Paul understood the event.
Okay, so now he's going to conclude this with homophobia. Animals have gay sex. Animals have sex with members of their same sex. It happens all the fucking time. What up, Night Day? Welcome back. So, if we take out Adam and Eve and we say that humans are just a different type of animal, then it makes sense that we are going to function on a slightly higher level than other animals while still maintaining aspects of the animal kingdom. And we see that with UFC. Still surrendering to primal hunter-gatherer mentality of be the strongest, be the fastest, survive more. We see that in track and field. We see that everywhere that humans still have primal, primitive tendencies because we have not completely separated ourselves from the animal kingdom because we are apes.
Of the early chapters of Genesis as formative, not only for our understanding of history, but for relationships between men and women and their children, the character and nature of marriage, rightness and wrongness in moral relations, including sexuality. All of that is assumed from the...
Sexuality has nothing to do with morality. The people you find attractive and would like to fuck is not moral or immoral. It is absent from the morality argument. Now, forcing sex on somebody, having sex with somebody who is not old enough to consent, those are completely different than choosing to be attracted, or not even choosing, than being attracted, because what you're attracted to, who you're attracted to, is not a choice. And acting on that sexuality is subjective. It is not immoral to have sex with another It is not immoral to have sex with another consenting adult, regardless of their biochemistry or what's between their fucking legs. It is immoral to force somebody to have sex with you, to force sex on somebody else, or to coerce somebody who is not of age to consent. Those are immoral acts, because especially with pederism, you are taking somebody who doesn't know what they are getting into, and you are using your age to manipulate that person. You are using your experience to manipulate that person. So no, sexual attraction is not moral or immoral.
Those early chapters of Genesis, oftentimes quoting the passages verbatim.
It seems that even Peter is taking that event of the flood, for example, as a historical event and laying it in the context of what he's pointing to, a judgment that will come. So even judgment is a part of understanding that historical record.
You cut things off from history and you lose sight of the meaning of all of it.
I think most Christians, when we talk about, for example, the life of Christ, those are understood to be historical accounts. Right. Why is it that when we look at the account in Genesis,
I won't say most, but several atheists do not deny the existence of a Yeshua during the time period. There were something around 30 apocalyptic cults that were all preaching Armageddons of their own like. So it's very likely that a Yeshua was a rabbi in the area and subscribed to an apocalyptic cult. What we are worried about is the miracle claims, the God claims. And when you take a person and give people time to tell stories about that person, those stories get exaggerated. And we're talking about a time when people actually believed in magic. So throwing magic and God claims into a story is believable for the time. But without the God claims, you still get a humanist apocalyptic Yeshua who is kicking over tables in a church and said, I'm going to start my own sermon with blackjack and hookers.
Genesis, that we have a tendency not to want to do that.
We have a tendency not to do it because we're constantly exhorted to not see it that way.
From the culture around us?
The culture around us, from theologians. Modern theologians who are trying to somehow, in their minds, fit the truths of Scripture with the so-called discoveries of science, which, if you know anything about the history of science, you know is an incredibly unreliable path. So we're constantly bombarded with this message that...
No, it is a path that changes and becomes more accurate as we gain more information. It's not unreliable, is tentative. And science changes its mind based on new evidence. If science finds evidence of the God claims, then science objectively experiments and sees that the God claims are repeatable and testable. But it doesn't mean that science is just making things up. They are rigorously tested, peer-reviewed, and occasionally reversed.
We have to adjust our view.
But I think there are a lot of Christians who have a sense that the historicity of Genesis is just not that important to their Christianity.
I think we've been sold a bill of goods on that. When you somehow make those chapters a different category altogether and non-historical, What are you doing to all of the rest of the Bible? The Bible that assumes that it's true, the Bible that treats it as historically true, the Bible that refers back to all of the characters that are there. Does that then negate the whole of the Bible? Well, yes. And that's exactly what the strategy was of the higher critics in the 18th and 19th centuries. They knew if you could somehow attack the first 3 or the first 11 chapters of Genesis, you've done away with the whole thing.
Well, George, all of this...
And nobody attacked the first 3 chapters of Genesis. They examined the evidence and discovered that it was likely that the events of Genesis were not true as they were written. There may be parts of Genesis that were the best understanding of the people at the time, but that does not make them true. And when we test what Genesis has to say about talking snakes, when we test what Genesis has to say about the earth being created before the stars, it doesn't fucking hold water at all. When we go back to a star, or iron can only be created when a star is on its last limbs of life. And I'm using life in a metaphorical sense, the last stages of its existence as a star. That is when iron is fused within the inside of a star. Everything heavier than that is a result of an explosion, except for lead that is decay. Lead is in a space all of its own, because it is what things revert to eventually. I don't know how right now. I don't have all the information right now, but when we see evidence that an iron-rich planet cannot exist before the first stars, then Earth being created before the stars falls flat on its fucking face.
Brings us back into the notion that the history that's recorded in Genesis, or any true history at all, is critical for us in terms of understanding what's going on around us.
Yeah, in fact, it reminds us of how important history is in anchoring all of the other human disciplines. It is history that helps to inform science, so that science can begin its journey of discovery in the world. So what history does is it tells us what happened. Then what science attempts to do is
history is written by the winners, and history does not tell us what happened. It is an account of observation related to what happened. But if you don't have an understanding of what's happening, then your translation of what's happening is going to be flawed.
It asks the question, well, how did it happen? And then it begins to explore the how, the mechanics, the structures that were present in those events. If you try and reverse that, if you try and make science saying what actually happened, then you wind up having a worldview that is constantly shifting, where nothing is certain. And moral relativism is the necessary outcome.
And God has given us that bedrock. He's given us that foundation in that historical record.
He's given it to us in that historical record, going all the way back to Genesis chapter 1 and the garden.
So, moral relativism, as opposed to moral objectivity. We learned that slavery is wrong. It took us a long time to learn that slavery is wrong. We now accept almost worldwide that slavery is wrong. So, in order for you to claim that Yahweh is objectively moral, you have to say that slavery is objectively moral. Now let's break it into this. According to the Bible, God determines what is right and wrong. So, if something is objectively right, it does not matter who is doing it. So, according to Christian objective morality, it is okay, it is moral for me to eradicate all life on the planet, aside from one family and a pair of each animal. That is objectively moral according to the Bible. I think most people would agree that me eradicating all life on the planet short of one family is the wrong thing to do, especially if you're not the family that I pick. We have to go to Numbers, where it is okay to molest a child, to find out if they're a virgin, to take them away from their family and give them to another tribe because you murdered all the people in the other tribe. Something along those lines. I remember there was a lot of eradicating other civilizations in the Bible. We've determined that eradicating an entire civilization, aka genocide, is wrong. We look at Hitler as an example of immoral behavior because of the genocide. And if objective morality is objective, it does not matter who's doing it. So, if Yahweh can do something, and Yahweh has objective morality, then anybody else can do the things that Yahweh does under objective morality. And Christians will tell you that genocide is wrong based on Hitler. So if Christians can say that genocide is wrong, then they naturally have to go against what they call objective morality.
In the end, I suppose we always return home. And for me, home is Colorado. I always think more clearly when
this
I'm out
asshole's
in the
my
beauty of
neighbor?
God's creation. We've been a lot of places and seen a lot of things, but considering everything together, it's clear that nothing in the world makes sense except in the light of Genesis.
I love being in the mountains, especially ones like these. They help give us a good perspective, help us realize that we're small and finite and vulnerable. They humble us. And we need to be humbled because we have a tendency to base our ideas on our own small set of experiences. That's why the wisdom of the ages has told us over and over again to know history. Everything that we have done up to this point has looked at the evidence that shows us that the Word of God, the history that has been laid down for us in Genesis, is true. God created the world in 6 days. There is a real Adam.
No, I have provided alternative explanations to every argument that happened, and I didn't need a God claim to do it, so that argument falls on its face.
Real Eve. There is a real fall. There was a real flood that destroyed the world and produced all of this. It is glorious, but it represents the judgment of God. Everything supports what God has told us. Genesis is
unless you think rationally.
History. True history.
No, Genesis has true historical events within it. That does not make the entire fucking thing true. Okay, I wasn't going to pause it on that fucking quote, but since I watched this whole video, since you guys have been, some of you have been watching with me, some of you have been watching most of the time, since I watched this whole video, I am going to run the credits so we can see the people responsible for making this, because whether I agree with it or not, these people still put in a lot of work to make this film. And it's only right that I give the people who made this film the proper credit by letting the credits run. I really don't give a fuck who made it, so I'm going to be outside smoking a cigarette, but I at least want the credits to run so that they can be noted and that they can be attributed to this film. But I can talk to you here, so even though I won't be able to watch the chat, I'll still be bullshitting with you. Alright. Get Photoshop if you want, I guess. Skip the ad. Alright. Oh, fuck. We're not watching this. Oh, oh. My fucking brain hurts. I'm gonna go raid somebody. I'm gonna see who's online, shoot a raid over. I hope you enjoyed this. Let me know. Oh shit! Might's on! With 10 viewers, hell yes! Let's show Mike some love. I don't even think he's affiliate yet. Oh. I guess it's a good thing I didn't do that. Ugh. Come on, damn it. Do the fucking thing I want you to do.
Why'd I punch that? I'm dumb.
Raid. Alright. No, he's not affiliate yet, so let's go ahead and show him some love and let him know where you came from.